Macam presenter je yang tu.
Tak sampai transfer.
Need to hold on mic.
Okay, tak apa.
Need to hold on mic for questions later or like.
Sorry?
Want me to hold the mic now for questions or like?
Boleh.
Masa kita start tu.
Disemulakan, saya ingin memohon kerjasama semua hadirin untuk mematuhi penjarakan fizikal dan SOP serta meletakkan telefon bimbit anda pada mod senyap sepanjang majlis ini berlangsung. Terima kasih. Selamat datang ke program Symposium Ekspedisi Saintifik Batu Cave 2020 yang bertempat di Auditorium Perpustakaan Awam Selangor, Gombak. Alhamdulillah, dipanjatkan rasa syukur kehadrat ilahi kerana dengan izinnya dapatlah kita bersama-sama dipertemukan pada pagi yang berbahagia ini. Majlis ini membuka tirai selebar-lebarnya mengalu-alukan kehadiran para tetamu terhormat dan kesemua hadirin. Titipan terima kasih didahulukan. Sebelum kita mulakan majlis, saya ingin menjemput Encik Muhammad Adil bin Nordin, untuk bacaan doa. Terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafini wa amhu wa yaquka fi mazidah. Ya Rabbana walakal hamdu walakal syukru kama yalbaghi lal jalal wal ikram. Karim wa azi iman sultani. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa ajma'in. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami ingin merafaskan rasa kesyukuran kepadamu kerana mengizinkan kami untuk berada dan menghadiri Symposium Ekspedisi Saintifik Batu Cave 2020. Engkau mengetahui apa yang kami hajati dari majlis ini, maka berikan kekuatan kepada kami untuk mewujudkan kebudayaan dan persekitaran yang selamat ini. Secara berterusan, Ya Allah, Ya Tuhan kami, jauhilah diri kami, keluarga, masyarakat dan negara kami daripada musibah yang tiada upaya kami menangguhnya. Semoga kesejahteraan, keselamatan ini dan akan menyediakan prasarana yang sihat demi kecemerlangan dan keseluruhannya. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim. Jadikanlah hari-hari yang kami lalui dimulai dengan rahmat-Mu, pertengahankan barakah dan disudahi dengan keampunan-Mu. Dan juga jadikan hari-hari yang kami lalu permulaannya hidayah, pertengahannya kemenangan dan diakhiri dengan kecemerlangan. Ya Allah, Ya Tuhan kami, jadikanlah majlis kami pada hari ini sebagai majlis yang diberkati dan dirahmati, dan jadikanlah perpisahan kami selepas ini sebagai perpisahan yang Engkau pelihara daripada mara bahaya dan keburukan. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan wa yuwafi ni'mahu ya Rabbana walal hamdu walakal syukru walham. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhanallah, subhana rabbikal azim. Subhana rabbikal abil izati amma yusifu. Wassalamu ala nusrikin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Terima kasih di atas bacaan doa sebentar tadi. Untuk makluman, majlis ini juga turut disiarkan secara langsung menerusi live Facebook MCKC dan Majlis Pembandaran Selayang. Para hadirin sekalian, untuk maklumat, program Symposium Ekspedisi Saintifik Batu Cave ini adalah merupakan program anjuran Persatuan Pemeliharaan Gua dan Karst Malaysia MCKC dengan kerjasama Kerajaan Negeri Selangor dan MPS. Program simposium ini adalah output daripada ekspedisi saintifik Batu Cave dan diadakan bertujuan untuk memberikan perkongsian maklumat mengenai ekspedisi saintifik, memberi pendedahan tentang budaya, sejarah dan biodiversity yang tersimpan di Batu Cave. Hadirin yang saya hormati sekalian, sebagai pembuka persada ucapan, majlis dengan segala hormatnya ingin menjemput dan mempersilakan Yang Berusaha Dr. Zubair Akbar, Presiden MCKC untuk menyampaikan ucapan alu-aluan. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to all the participants and guests. Firstly, I have to thank everyone for making time to come for this symposium, and we like to thank the MPS, MB's office, and the Selangor State Library for sponsoring this symposium. And basically, we need to be reminded why we are having this. This is why Batu Caves. So what's so good about Batu Caves? So basically, Batu Caves is an iconic structure in Selangor. In fact, not just Selangor, but worldwide. Famous for its biodiversity, cultural values, geology, and so forth. But the problem, what most people don't realize is that there's a lot of unsustainable development going on around this area. So to preserve this icon, we need to have some sort of management plan. But before you come up with a management plan, you must have the basic data, what you want to protect, how to protect, the boundaries and so forth. Because to protect anything, you need to know where the, say, endangered species or endangered caves or other, say, rare fossils. So once you have mapped everything, then you can come up with a management plan. So this scientific expedition was conceived with the aim of coming up with basic baseline scientific data. That is, Batu caves has been considered the most well-studied cave in Southeast Asia. In fact, in Asia, since 1890. There's a lot of data, but it's on ad hoc basis. No systematic studies have been conducted. So this expedition, basically what we can do is to collect all the known information and update the information. And with that, we can come up with a proper management plan to be presented to the state government to hopefully gazette the area as a state park or geopark, depending on the requirements. And I also like to thank the following for this funding and support. That is, we got funding and support from UPenn Selangor, Mr. Tan Jiu Ho, who is the president of the Singapore Gardening Society, very good friend of Dr. Ruth. So Ruth have been able to squeeze money out of him, but put to good use. And then the cave management group, which also gave seed money. And then we have the Roll Pop, River of Life, because there's Sungai Batu around here. So Sungai Roll Pop helped with the community engagement programs. And then we have the MPS, which was supported us very well. And then the Selangor Environment ESCO, then the Penghulu, Mukim Batu, and all the village heads. And then Damai Extreme Park, and also all the participating researchers, scientists who contributed their time, expertise, and resources. So without all the participants, this expedition would have gone nowhere. So we need dedicated researchers and participants to come up with all the data. And from the expedition, basically the number of outputs. One is scientific journals. This, we are hoping to come up with a special issue of the MNJ to publish regarding the Batu Caves scientific expedition. And in principle, the President MNJ has agreed to support this. And the second thing is the Batu Caves guidebook. So we have all the scientific data, but to sell to the public, we have to condense the data in such a way so the public can digest it. Because we can give species names, whatever, all the geological structures, but to the general public, it's basically Greek. So we need to promote the conservation of Batu Caves. We need to have a proper guidebook. And we were lucky we got funding also from Mr. Tan Jiu Ho, and MPS sponsored the first printing. And we will have subsequent printings as we get the funds. So basically with the output, we come up with the special issue of the MNJ, and with the guidebook, we hope to involve all the stakeholders, maybe just not the state government, but also the local communities, schools, and so forth. Because without everyone's involvement, this gazetting of the state park won't take off, because it cannot be top down. The local people must see the benefit, how they can benefit from the Batu Caves. Because nowadays, when you mention Batu Caves, the first thing comes to mind is the temple. That's it. Most people don't realize there's more to Batu Caves than just the temple. Because I've brought students to Batu Caves, to the dark caves, and I told them I want to take them to Batu Caves. They said, why go there? Just a temple. I said, no, when you go there, you'll see it's more than a temple. There are a lot of interesting activities going on around Batu Caves. So basically, those activities, we must show that to the state government that it benefits the state and the local people. The important thing is to show local people how they benefit. And that will create the support for gazetting Batu Caves as a state park. Because basically, when you gazette something, people must see what benefit, locals must see what benefit they get. Only then they will protect the site. So basically, once we have finished the expedition, we will come up with at the end, at the forum, we hope to get the experts' input and then hopefully present to the state government draft management plan to go forward. So what happens after this expedition? And hopefully the expedition will be a template for future expedition. So MCKC, so MCKC has already completed this expedition. Hopefully the scientists and others will follow up, do more intensive studies. We just gave the basic guideline, basic data. So more intensive studies will be for future scientists. But we can use it as a template for future studies. So our next target is anak takun. So we can use what we have learned from the Batu expedition and apply it to anak takun. So anak takun also the same problem because it's surrounded by development. So hopefully we also can preserve that as a complete set of Batu caves, takun, and Kelangits. So hopefully this can be gazetted as some sort of state park. And also finally, I have to thank all those involved in organizing this seminar. So this seminar is very important because now we can collect all the information and submit to the state government. And also in the case of the book, we can distribute to the public so you can see what has been done and what are the wonders of Batu caves. So then people realize Batu caves is more than a temple. The temple is important, but there are more other things also around the hill. And finally, I have to thank everyone for sacrificing their Saturday to attend the seminar and support the expedition. Thank you.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Dr. Zubair atas ucapan alu-aluan sebentar tadi. Seterusnya, tanpa melengahkan masa, majlis dengan segala hormat dan sukacitanya menjemput dan mempersilakan Yang Berusaha Dr. Ruth Kiew selaku Ketua Projek Ekspedisi Saintifik Batu Cave untuk memberikan sepatah dua kata. Dipersilakan.
Good morning, everyone. This is really going over more or less the same thing as Prof said, but just to give you a background about why we decided that we needed to have the Batu Caves expedition. As you know, MCKC is a very small organization with a membership that specialized in not only the education, science, research, but also with the management of caves. This is a great concern to us. As you've heard Prof say, we mentioned the management. Now, what really sparked the expedition was we've always been concerned about Batu caves. A little bit about history. In the 1960s, with Third Malaysia Plan, the Malay Nature Society tried to recommend it as a nature monument. But this didn't materialize because we have no legislation for nature monuments. The Batu Caves campaign was the first successful conservation campaign in Malaysia that actually managed to halt the quarrying. This finished in 1962, and we were all very positive that this would then lead to the protection of Batu Caves. But sadly, after, 40 years? We're still in the same position as when the mining stopped. So what alarmed us recently to start this expedition was the massive fire. This drew attention to the fact that we had to make an effort to get Batu Caves protected. So our first question was, is there anything worth saving after all the development that you see from the temples, from eco-recreation, from encroachment from villages? Is there anything left that's of scientific value that we should protect? So this was our first question. Now, the good science was that in the last 10 years or so, several new discoveries have been made there, like we all know about the gecko that's been found in the caves, new species of plants, snail species have been described. So obviously there's a lot more to be found out. And when we looked at the scientific data, we saw that there were knowledge gaps. We have no list about birds. We have no list for butterflies. We don't have an easily published list on mosses. And snails are very neglected. Most of the focus of the scientific work had been inside the cave. Very little work had been done, say, on the mammals outside the cave. So that there's a lot of things that we still need to find. So this was our impetus for gathering together, because, as I said, MCKC is a very small group of people. We don't have expertise in all the fields. But when we put out requests for people to join us, we discovered that there was a very strong feeling from all the people we encountered that something has to be done about Batu caves. We can't let it carry on being chewed away. Just, 2 weeks ago in the newspaper, we saw the bulldozers are back, crumbling into the cliffs there. Something has to be done. So this is why this expedition is very important to have it now. We did it over a year because in the past, a lot of the studies, apart from Dr. Lim Buliat's incredible study of the dark caves, has been people going in for a day, collecting, and then going home and examining what they've got in the laboratory. By having it for a year, we were able to do long-term studies, go back repeatedly, visit more areas, and really do a comprehensive study. So the expedition has been very successful in gathering together so many people and in doing such extensive and in-depth species. And we're very thankful that everybody has come today, and you'll be hearing all the results. So today you'll be hearing in the morning the results of the expedition, and there have been a lot of exciting new discoveries, as you'll be hearing. And then don't forget the posters outside. They also give a backup, and we've also got real fossils that you can look at. This is a real unique opportunity. And then, as Prof said, in the afternoon, we will end up with a very important forum on the future, because that's the ultimate aim of the expedition, is to get secure protection for Batu caves. But we have to remember, as he said, that this is not in the old days where conservation meant hands off. There are many stakeholders for Batu caves. And our expedition was two-pronged. We had the scientific side, which you'll hear about now, and we also had the awareness side. And Dr. Noatika was very active in this, meeting local community leaders, with Dr. Ross giving exhibitions and activities for school children, and interacting with the local people to try to get our message across. The most important way that we feel that we can make a contribution is by producing the guidebook. The aim of the guidebook not only is about education, because there's no other guidebook that tells you about caves in Malaysia, so it has a much wider importance with a lot of basic information about cave biology. But we also hope that it will get to the local people, not only in Malaysia, but the many millions of tourists who come. If you go to Batu caves, there's no guidebook you can buy that tells you anything about Batu caves. So we're very grateful to the Majelis Bandar and Selayang for will be for sale. So this is one of the things that we're doing, which we think is very important. So what else is there? Our Prof has mentioned that the scientific results will be published by in the Malayan Nature Journal as a supplementary issue. And we have to thank Dr. Ahmad Ismail, the president of MNS, for arranging this for us. So what else do we have to say? I don't think I have anything else to say except sit back and listen to all the results. I've been really impressed by all the new things that have we've been finding and all the different things that have come. One of the people who can't be here today, who I think did really a very important study, is the one on the Surau. The kambing gurun is the only iconic animal really at Batu Caves. And the guides at the Wiradamai Extreme Park are quite convinced that the Surau still lives there. So Sri Naraini's Surau team from Pahilitan put camera traps high up along where they'd been told that there were animal pathways to try to find any results, whether the Surau can still survive on Batu Caves. Sadly not, but we don't know. Maybe it's still hiding somewhere. But one thing that did come out of this was the number of feral dogs that was commitment to some sort of permanent protection. So sit back and enjoy the entertainment. There's a lot of interesting things to learn. Thank you.
Majlis merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada Dr. Ruth sebentar tadi. Sebelum kita meneruskan pembentangan, kita akan berehat 5 minit untuk prepare all the slides first. Okay, thank you. Hadirin dan hadirat yang saya hormati, majlis pada pagi ini akan diteruskan lagi dengan pembentangan oleh para penyelidik ekspedisi saintifik Batu Cave oleh 13 orang pembentang. Setiap pembentang diberi masa 10 minit dan 10 minit untuk membentang dan 5 minit untuk soal jawab. Tanpa melengahkan masa, dipersilakan Dr. Ruth Kiew sekali lagi untuk membentangkan dapatan ekspedisi yang bertajuk The Changing Flora of Batu Cave 1890 to 2020. Dipersilakan.
So good morning again. I'm presenting this on behalf of the FRIM team. You have met Rafida. She was at the registration desk. I think she's still there. Ideal, you met. He gave the prayer, and then Ong is here, our photographer and orchid expert, and then Ethan behind him is a moss expert. So this is a team effort by FRIM. We've been working there since 2016, when the Majlis Perbandakan or the Selangor state government asked us to do a rapid biodiversity assessment. And then we went on multiple visits during the scientific expedition. So, what do I do? Press one? Yes, as Prof mentioned, Batu Caves is very remarkable because it has a very long history of scientific work, starting with Ridley's expedition in 1889. He wasn't there primarily for plants. He was sent to have a look at the cave ecosystem because people were interested in seeing whether there were the cave adapted organisms that are, blind and colorless. And also there was hope of finding the missing link. After Darwinism, people were looking for the fossil link between us and primates. But he, being actually a botanist himself, he made a very good collection of plants. And because this was the first collection from Batu caves, many of the species were new to science, and he described them and named them. And this is the begonia that he named phoeniogramma, which means red stripes, because the petals have very distinct red stripes on them. Next one. So this makes Batu caves very important as a type site, because this is where the type specimen was first collected. And the type specimen, as you can see, is the specimen that fixes the name to the scientific, to the actual plant. So if we want to re-examine the identity of the plant or to get genetic material, then the type locality is very important, because we can go back there to get material. And in fact, one researcher at University of Malaya went back to get the flatworm that grows there, still is there, and was able to show through molecular work that it's actually different from the one in Thailand. So the type site is very important in perpetuity as a source of scientific material. And this is one of the ones that he collected, a little caladi. And Batu caves, compared with many other sites in Peninsular Malaysia, has a very high number of type species from Batu caves, 31, as you can see here. And the next slide. Batu caves has been a mecca for botanists. It's so close to Kuala Lumpur that it's very, very easy to go there for a day trip and collect. So as people with different interests go, they tend to collect different groups of plants. So as you can see, over the years, the number of species has increased. And even during our Batu Caves expedition, it continued to increase between the checklist that I produced in 14 to the end of the expedition. And as you can see, the curve on here has not flattening out. So it looks as though there's still more species to be discovered. We haven't come to the end of what we can find out about Batu caves. And the next species shows one of our exciting discoveries, which is the new species of caladi. What do I do to get the next slide? Oh, if I press, does it work? No, it's going back. So this is the new species that we discovered actually during the expedition. And we asked our specialist for the region, Peter Boyce, to describe it. And it's actually in press at the moment. It has a horrendous name, Schismatoglottis, which means split tongue, because the spathe here splits. And it's called after Gua Batu, because this is the only place that it's known from. So it's one of our species that's endemic to Batu caves. So there's still new things to be discovered. How do I get the next one? Next slide. Hello. What do I do? Okay. No, go back. Possibly lost that one. Okay, so this shows our current total, which is very much in excess of what we got in 2014. And we'll see later on that this is a very high number for limestone. Now, what is special about limestone? That we have a special group, MCKC, to study limestone. And at FRIM, we have a very big project going on now that Puan Rafida is leading to look at the limestone in Kelantan. So Batu Caves is an example of a limestone flora, and it illustrates the speciality of the limestone flora, what's special. And one of the things is that it has many species on a very, very small area. And if we have a look at the next slide, we can see that the area that limestone covers is extremely small by basal area. But when we have a look at the plant representation, it's really very high. So that means that on a very small area are crammed a large number of species. And this has very important consequences for conservation. Because if you destroy one limestone hill, you're destroying a disproportionately high number of species. And as you can see, this picture was taken as you walk up the steps to the main temple. On the left-hand side, there's a wet rock face there. And if you stop and look, you can see all these different leaf shapes represent different species, so that you can see within a few meters squared, we have many different species growing together. And this is a characteristic of the limestone flora. I don't know how to get the next slide. Now, the reason that we can get so many species on such a small area is that species tend to grow in a very particular niche, which is what we call a microhabitat. And on Limestone Hill, there are many different microhabitats all stacked on top of each other. And this is the reason why we get such high biodiversity. So when we do our work on limestone, we identify all the microhabitats, and then we make sure that we visit them all and look at all the different species. And in that way, we can get a complete list of what grows there. So you can see here, this is just a list of all the different microhabitats and that we get on Batu caves, and they each have their own group of special species. So this adds up to give a very high number of species. And this Parabolia is one of the species that you only find on the very steep vertical cliffs that you get on the upper summit. Another thing that it seems to be linked with this high biodiversity is that many species are very local. And if you have a look with our limestone flora, if you read Chin's book, he will tell you that there's 1,400 species. And yet all the hills we've looked at, Batu Caves has most. So it looks as though each hill has its own combination of species. So what this means is that many hills have one or two species that are very special. These are endemic and not found anywhere else in the world. And Batu Caves has 5 endemic species. So what this means is that if these species are exterminated on Batu Caves, they become extinct globally. They're extinct in the world. So these are the species we're particularly concerned about. And Rafida has a poster on endangered species where you can read more about this. Another speciality of limestone species, which is another reason that makes them very vulnerable, is that many of the species are confined to limestone. They will not grow in the surrounding lowland forest. They need the very specific substrate that limestone provides them with. They can't compete in the lowland forest. So this means that this confines them to specific areas. They can't spread from one area to another. They're trapped on a little island of their karst. So this makes them particularly vulnerable. This is a very pretty species that Rafid has been studying. Now, this is the reason why we held the expedition, because of the many threats that Batu Caves is under at the moment. the quarrying activity started in Ridley's time and has went on until 1982. So this quarry threat is now over, but of course elsewhere in Malaysia it's of great importance. Fire, the burning of vegetation, this has become much more important, not only on Batu caves, but also nationally. And you'll be hearing more today from Dr. Khatija's group, looking at whether the flora can recover from burning. So that is a very big threat. So encroachment is when you look at the Google map, it's really quite frightening. When Ridley went to Batu Caves, first of all, he had to take a bullock cart. There was no road there. And it was completely surrounded by lowland forest, and all the big animals could roam in and out of the caves. Now, you don't find any lowland forest, and in fact, it's even difficult to find any secondary forests. Disturbance of one sort and another, because we have so many different stakeholders there. And changing climate is increasingly becoming a problem. And the other one is alien species. I'm going to go through this a bit more in detail. I'm really not doing this right. The problem about the quarrying is, although it has stopped, the vegetation hasn't recovered. At the base, the only vegetation that can survive are alien species like this Piper aduncum. And in some places, a few Beluga, the secondary forest species, can encroach. And then the problem on the vertical cliffs, and this is a particular problem when as you go to Ipoh, you will see that the quarrying scars the cliffs and really reduces the landscape value of these karsts. And they are not invaded and established by the natural vegetation. So quarrying is really a destructive force, and the limestone flora will not recover. This is Ong's drone photograph taken after the burn in February 2016, which was really extensive and completely destroyed a massive area. And this is very worrying because fires are becoming more common. And one of the reasons for this is, you can see the encroachment is right up to the foot. There's no forest. This here is a little bit of Beluga that's left after farmland. I've run out of time, gosh. Right, I'm sorry about this. I will continue to whiz through. How much have I got? 5 minutes. Oh, gosh. Okay, yeah, so, yeah. What shall I do? Okay, the buffer zone. This is the microhabitat that we've lost. This is a real worry because you will see later on. If I can go quickly. How do I get this to go? This is disturbance from the temple. This is actually the type site of this particular plant, the balsam. Yeah, this is a change in climate because being surrounded by urbanization, the night temperatures have gone up, the wind movement is drying, and this is particularly harmful for the orchids, which are epiphytes. and are very vulnerable to drying out. This was a species that was used to be very common, very pretty little species that now we were not able to find during the expedition. And we've lost a lot of orchids. Next. And we've talked about this. We also have a poster on this, so we can go to the next one. Endangered species. We have a poster on this too, so you can have a look at this outside. But we're most concerned about our critically endangered species there, which are all the endemic to Batu caves. And we already have recorded species that are extinct. This is one that was described quite recently from a herbarium specimen, and this was growing in the buffer zone. And we've lost several species from the buffer zone that were only known from Batu caves. This one is known only from Batu caves and nowhere else in the world. This is known from other countries, but in Peninsular Malaysia was only known from Batu caves. So these are extinct species, and they show us the direction that the flora is going. Next one. And this is the new species that we found only growing on Batu caves. Okay. Yeah, so the status of the flora today, the buffer zone is gone. We're extremely worried about that. This you can see here, there's no buffer zone here. And we've looked at the microhabitats. Several of the microhabitats are endangered. One of them is the cave mouth, because this is the area that is very used, but it's a very specific habitat, and it's where many of our rare and endangered species are found. So we're very worried about disturbance to cave mouths, and this has an effect for management. We need to manage conservation so that we can have people, the speleologists going there, recreation, but not to endanger the plants. Okay. Yeah, this is important plant areas. We're a signatory of the Convention for Biodiversity. We are supposed to protect 50% of our important plant areas. These are the IUCN criteria. And of course, Batu Caves meets them all. Next one. The limestone is declared a threatened habitat under the environmentally sensitive areas rank 2. So there's supposed to be no development without proper EIA. So it's already recognized nationally as a threatened habitat. Next one. It's very rich in species. So from our work that we've done at FRIN, we can see Batu Caves, partly because it's so well studied, is very high in species compared with the other best known hills in Peninsula. So this is a reason why it should be one of those 50% that should be protected. Next one. No, I'm almost there. And then, of course, we've got the endangered species. Next one. Yeah. So this is the conclusion why we really have to do something about protecting Batu Caves, and that we can do it under important plant areas. They've done it for birds. Why can't we do it for plants? And we already have the backing with the being an environmentally sensitive area. Okay, so what next? So I don't think we have to look at this. Yeah, so Dr. Tam Shay May will be talking about the sort of things that we can do for next generation. Okay, next. Right, okay, thank you very much, everybody. Sorry to take your patience. I thought that was quite short.
Terima kasih kepada Dr. Ruth. Sekarang kami akan kita akan teruskan dengan mempersilakan Dr. Yong Kien Tai untuk menyampaikan hasil dapatan yang bertajuk A Survey of Batu Cave Bryophytes Flora. Dipersilakan.
Very good morning. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Yong from University Malaya. I'm going to present to you the research that carried out by me and Mr. Eden Chia from FRIM. So we look at the bryophyte diversity of Batu Cave area. So this is the plant, the bryophyte. Usually, I mean, most of the people ignore it. Bryophyte actually belongs to a very small, tiny plants and very primitive. And usually, because they are so small and from far it looks all the same, usually people just ignore it, just step on it. Okay? So I skip the introduction because thank you to Dr. Ruth. You provided us a very detailed background about what happened in the past. And then the research done since release time. Of course, release, even though he in fact, he is very good. He collect everything, yeah, including the tiny bryophytes. So then after that, there are many other researchers. So a few of them, Kiew, Dr. Chin Si Chung, and of course, Dr. Ruth has done a lot of tremendous work at Batu Cave area. So really, he collected bryophytes, but he can't identify bryophyte. He sent his specimens to Dixon, okay? Dixon, who in London. So Dixon identified those samples, and then he, in the checklist of the Malay Peninsula, which published by him in 1926, he listed the collections made by Ridl. So altogether, about 20 species he identified and reported in that time. And at the same time, he also published a new species from Batu Cave around that time, 1924. Okay, then later, actually, 1972, I think he basically he referred back to the collection by Ridl and sample that identified by Dixon. He gave a record of about 28 more species from Batu Cave area. Okay, and after that, there's no other research on the bryophyte on Batu Cave. And Haji Muhammad, in 1987, Haji Muhammad is actually my teacher, okay, on the bryophyte. So in his summary on the limestone flora of Peninsular Malaysia, he given a figure of about 35 species, but he didn't specifically point it out whether these 35 species are actually from the limestone area of Selangor, which means including collection from Bukit Takun, and Anak Takun. So therefore, basically, the Bryophyte diversity are still not very well recorded. Therefore, there's a need for this survey. Sorry, not moving again. Next slide. Okay. Okay. So basically, what we do, we did several trips, visited the area, the whole Batu Cave area, and then we make collections. We collected around 200 over specimens, and then we also study some of the old collections that are available in the herbarium. Altogether, we examined about 300 over specimens. So of these 300 over specimens, then we managed to identify, we recorded about 56 Bryophyte species, where of these 56, 16 of them belongs to liverworts, and 40 of them belongs to mosses. Okay, so this number 56 is already representing 54.8% of the moss diversity. Mosses from the limestone, representing the limestone mosses diversity. Okay, so of these 56 Bryophytes, the four most dominant families are the Legionnaceae. Of course, Legionnaceae is the most dominant with about 13 species presently. Then we have Pisidentaceae, 6 species, Hymnaceae, Proteaceae, Tithiaceae, each of them represented by 5 species. Okay, but this is just the summary of diversity. But what important is we encounter several rare species, rare records from the country, for the country as well as for the Peninsula, and also new records, 2 new records for Peninsular Malaysia. Means these species were not collected from Peninsular Malaysia before this survey. Okay, this is just a quick summary of the diversity. We have around 16 different families of the mosses, and 5 different families of the, 4 different families of the liverworts, okay, and about 29 genera of the mosses, 40 species of the mosses. So all make up together 56 species together with the liverworts. You can see here the more dominant family are the Pisidentaceae, Hymnaceae, Proteaceae, Tithiaceae, and Legionnaceae. Okay. So if we compare Batu Cave with other limestone area, for instance, the Gunung Kantan, Gunung Senyum in Pahang, and Wang Kelian Perlis. Okay. Likewise, the Pisidentaceae, Hymnaceae, Necraceae, these are the dominant family present in this limestone area, but not so for Batu Cave. Necraceae basically represented by big size. Most of their members are quite big in size, but they are could be because of the climate change or because of the change of the environment. The Batu Cave we recorded less number of Necraceae in relative to other locations. Then Proteaceae, okay, we have Proteaceae for the mosses. So if you compare the total diversity, Wang Kelian Perlis recorded about 69 over species. This is Gunung Senyum, 64 species, Kantan, 25 species, and Batu Cave itself, 40 different species. But for these 2 locations, Wang Kelian and Gunung Senyum, actually you can see the number of Periplaneta, this family is quite high. Okay, which many of these Periplaneta were actually collected from the lowland forest, not exactly from the limestone area, because these 2 surveys included the forest surrounding the limestone hill. Okay, so if you just look at the diversity specifically on the limestone hill, basically Batu Cave itself will cover all the family that present in the limestone in Peninsular Malaysia. Okay, so in the past, there's no record about the liverworts from this limestone area. Then we managed to collect some and then identify some of the liverworts here. We have a record of about 16 different species in 9 genera of 4 different families. Then we make a comparison study of these different locations. We compare the moss, basically using the look at the moss diversity of the Batu Cave, the Gunung Kantan, the Gunung Senyum, and Wang Kelian. These are using 2 different approaches, but the results are more or less the same. You can see the diversity in Batu Cave is most similar to Gunung Senyum, the highest number. The highest score, 59.17% of similarities. Okay, but if you look at all the other locations, Gunung Kantan, Gunung Senyum, Gunung Kantan, Gunung Kantan, Gunung Senyum, Gunung Senyum Batu Cave, Wang Kelian Batu Cave, all the other locations, you can see that the similarity are most of them actually are below 50%, which indicate all these different limestone locations, they house different set of diversity. So when we talk about preserving the habitats, we cannot just say preserving limestone, we should also consider the locations. Each different location, they actually house different set of diversity. Their similarity are quite low. So now let's come to some of our interesting findings. So Cololegenia pseudostipulata, this is the new record for Peninsular Malaysia. This species, this guy, it's actually very tiny guy. You can see this is the scale 1 mm. So these are very tiny plants. And if you zoom out into the microscope, you can see these beautiful structures. The leaf, these are actually their leaf with their cells. Cells looks like with pimples, we call it papillae. And you look at the leaf margin, they all come with fingers. Okay, this is actually quite peculiar liverwort species. But before this species has only been reported from Borneo, Borneo basically from Sabah, New Guinea, and New Caledonia. So Peninsular Malaysia, we have this species present in Batu Cave. And together with this species, Bryophytes, they seldom grow. I mean, they always mix together. You have these Cololegenia pseudostipulata and other plants. You can see this different color and different shape. This is another liverwort species. This Dactylophora muricata. This species also is actually collected for the 3rd time in Peninsular Malaysia. The first record was from, I first collected this plant from Gua Tempurung, then later from Gunung Rapat, and now Batu Cave is the 3rd location. And Cololegenia chinii, named after Dr. Chin Sichong, okay, is collected for the 2nd time in Peninsular Malaysia, okay, from Batu Cave. The first collection is from Bukit Takut. Then this is the Dactylophora muricata, is this species. This is actually me and Eden's Musang King. You can see the leaves with a lot of fingers. This is actually the leaf. Then the second new record, this is the Cololegenia raduliloba. This is members belong to subgenus Peninsular. This is the plant. Sorry, a little bit dirty. Because this plant is very funny. This is an epiphytic plant, or epiphyte. Okay, the plant that live on another, on the leaves. But this guy in our collection, he happened to present on other liverworts. This is the plant, the pale color with rounded leaf. This is the Cololegenia raduliloba on the other Reguniaceae member. Okay, we have it here, we have it here, but these are other liverworts. Okay, so this plant quite widespread from the tropical Africa, all the way to Pacific Island. Okay, unlike just now the pseudostipulata, this group Cololegenia subgenus Chondriolegenia, they all present only on the limestone habitats, only on limestone here, and very restricted, only present in Malaysia, a little bit on the one species spread up to the South China Yunnan. Okay, that's their range here. Then beside of these two are new record, we also have some interesting collection. This one, Herpodium biseriatum. Okay, it was reported for Peninsular Malaysia in year 1981, but there's no herbarium sample or no evidence of it. It's only written reported in a book, but we did not come across any sample of it. And for many years, actually, I was searching for this plant, and eventually we found it this route in Batu Cave. Okay? This plant is very tiny. You can see the plant compared with a 5-cent coin, So if you zoom up, it looks like a liverwort. The leaves are rounded, okay, rounded. But if you study carefully, You can see they actually make of 4 rows of different leaves, 2 big ones and 2 tiny leaves over here. So clearly show us this is not a liverwort, but in fact it's a moss. Okay, so yeah, we are quite exciting because we managed to at least secure a sample, actual evidence showing having people that we have a podium, Biceratum, and this plant still present in Peninsular Malaysia. Okay, so yeah, this is just an example of liverwort, just to show you the, how similar it looks like. Then this collection, Erythrodontium julaceum, is a species of moss. This is the second collection for Peninsular Malaysia. Before this, it has only been reported in Taman River Kenong, in Pahang, near to Kuala Lipis, by Damahuri in 2007. This is quite a widespread species, periotropic, but somehow in Peninsular Malaysia, it's quite restricted, only present in Gunung Senyum, in Kenong, limestone area, and Batu Cave. Okay, this is the plant, this is a close-up leaf. And the next one, this guy is also collected only for the second time for Peninsular Malaysia. This is Aminostylium, Rictabis rostrum. Okay, same. Likewise, the first collection was from Kenong, okay, Taman River Kenong in 2007. Then later we encountered it again here in Batu Cave. Okay, this species is actually very widespread, but in Peninsular only present in 2 locations up to the moment. And this plant, okay, throughout the Batu Cave, we searched the whole area. We only find this plant. Next slide. Okay, we only find this plant on this rock. Only at this location, at the entrance of the temple cave. Luckily, they built this statue, and then they sort of like using this statue to explain, to remember the establishment of the Batu Cave. They didn't disturb the vegetation here, but just now Dr. Ruth showed me another photo, which they actually have already done some construction, which maybe in the past is more cover a bigger area, but now I only found it a small patch over here. Okay, so this what happened to the Batu Cave Bryophytes, and of course, Dr. Ruth explained to us about the fire that happened in 2016. We actually changed the vegetation so much. Today, when we went in, actually we can see the vegetation recover, but mostly by the foreign species, which Dr. Khadijah will explain later. So this is some of the view, you can see there are pisang there. There are even papaya inside. Okay, they're quite common there. So then also the other factors that affected the change the Bryophyte flora could be the encroachment, the houses they built all the way until the cliff, and also they see the way they cement the wall. You see it to make it. This actually happened in the temple cave. To make it look clean, I think they put cement or they painted the wall, which actually initially you can see a lot of vegetation on the wet wall, but now all this is gone or disappeared. And I have one example, this plant Cyotodium, and Mr. Eden has made a poster outside, especially about this plant, which could be the very first Bryophyte reported from Batu Cave 100 years ago. Okay? And now it's very difficult to find it. And actually, I collected this plant before this trip a few years back on this rock. It's covered, all the rock at the back of this store. It's covered all the way from the bottom to the top, because here you get some water dripping. It became very wet. Again, this is the entrance of the temple cave. But now, with the store they installed here, hiding, I'm not sure what happened, because they cover the whole area, I can't see. And then I would say this population may be already lost. Okay? Or if they're still there, maybe only present at the upper part of the rock, of the stalagmite. Again. So, just to sum up some of the diversity changes, during Ridley's time, he collected, Dixon reported 20 species based on Ridley's collection. And out of these 20 species, 11 of them no longer present from Batu Cave. Okay, but if you take into account these 11 species plus our recent collection, we collected 40 different species of mosses. So we will have about altogether 51 moss species, or altogether 67 Bryophyte species. Okay, that's the diversity of this area. So yeah, I think it's important to conserve the area because the tourists or the visitors, sometimes they are visiting the area not because of the temple, like these tourists. They may be impressed by the temple, but at the same time, they also admire the diversity, the diversity over there. Okay? So there is a need to conserve the diversity of the area. Okay, with that, I thank you all. And this is actually a short video clip. Can I show? This is actually the view of the summit area. Okay, can you have the clip? We, together with the film team, we managed to went up to the summit one of the summit, I would say, at the northeastern side. Then this is the view of the summit vegetation. This palm is the endemic palm, Maxmuratia rupicolia. It is quite abundant only near the summit area. You can see the summit are still quite densely covered by trees. Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih.
Kalau saya gunakan Assalamualaikum and very good morning for everybody. We are from Flora Special Interest Group of Malaysian Nature Society, and we are so much grateful to the MCKC people who invite us join the project for Batu Cave expedition. Well, I represent our group, Flora Special Interest Group. This is the number, the member which usually go to the field. Sometimes only 3 of us, sometimes all of us go to the field. Okay, next. The background is very simple. There is a fire accident in 2016, and then we would like to know how the forest regrow after 3 years of the incident. Next. The objective is just to see the estimation, how this greenery can be tabulated in terms of the species diversity. Next. So we have a 5 field trip, and one of the field trip, that one number 3, in February, we did survey on the non-fire incident area. The purpose of it is to see to have the comparison whether we missed something on the low part or on the below part of the hill, because this the forest did not reach to the Gua Damai. Next. Our method is to compare how about our list in comparison to the previous list which produced by Dr. Ruth Kiew. Next. The result is not that too bad to this extent, because we able to identify 201 species. And we have 75 family. And a previous list, the list produced by Ruth Kiew, it produced 76 family. So the difference to this extent, when you're talking about the number, is only one species, one family differences. Okay, next. But when you see about the family, it's good to see this number of family, whether they are similar, but to a certain extent it's not, because what we have, the current survey compared to the previous survey, we don't have, or we miss 17 species. And where in the root queue compared to ours, there are 16 species. But when we see in the tail, in fact, there are family. There are 6 family which are introduced or alien. So this extends that only 10 species in a root queue checklist not present in our current checklist. This 6 species, the introduced one, can be introduced by animal, for example, from papaya, and this one is a sherry, or it's present in that area due to the landscaping activity. For example, here the Begonia, there is Belimbing, there is a Costus and Marantase. All of these species present there due to the landscaping activity around Gua Damai. Get next. Well, the differences happen largely that's what we presume. Potentially in past, the collection in past, when the species is common, they did not take it. And the list that Dr. Kiew produced, this one is kind of accumulation of the previous work dating back since the Ridl time. And numbers of this study is a very specialized study. For example, for Dr. Chin, when he did his master in fern, he made good collection of fern in Batu cave. So therefore, when we have a comparison for the species, then the certain group of plant can be really huge number compare what we have. And the other reason, the differences in terms of the species and also in the family, is due to the ecological disturbances, as mentioned before, on the foothill, the housing, the encroachment happened. This one caused numbers of the species cannot be present currently. And the other one is the other reason of the differences is the presence of the balance after the incident. So therefore, a lot of pioneer species coming in. When we see in ecology, based on the ecology, it's quite interesting. There are numbers of spots we found on the area where the fire taken place at the time. There are numbers of species, there are numbers of spots, there are numbers of trees or clump of trees, they are really matured. For example, there is the Arenga Westerhorsti. Oh, sorry. Come on. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, these 3 species, I did not touch anything. I'm sorry. Okay, right. these three species, Arenga westerhotii, Pentestrictilla, and Spathodea campanulatum, there is clump of these trees are really plant which is mature, and with the fact this area where the fire taken place, so this, I think it cannot be connected. So the current of these mature trees suggests that the intensity of the fire, not where this mature tree occur, the intensity of fire is not heavy. So that's how this plant is survived. Not only survive, when we have a look around the trees, there is no injury. There is no injury of burn. So this is quite interesting because according to the report, according to the newspaper, that the fire is quite fast from the foothill to the top. It's not kind of long running, long stay fire. Okay, the other interesting finding there, when you see Macaranga tanarius, when you compare to the previous checklist, Macaranga tanarius is not exist on the previous checklist, and is occur during this current checklist. And when you see in the field, the size of the tree in terms of the height and the circumference, they are almost similar. So this this appearance show that this tanarius, Macaranga tanarius, grow after the fire incident. And the other lesser dominant is Carica papaya. When you see the size of the DBH, Carica papaya is certainly bigger than Macaranga tanarius. But when the size is same, this papaya, so it means that the occurrence of papaya and the occurrence of Macaranga tanarius, they happen in simultaneous time. They happen on the same time. They grow together after the fire incident. These two dominant, Macaranga tanarius and Carica papaya, come to the place by the bird, because the seed of Macaranga tanarius is eaten by bird. Most of the species that we are collected, so there are 201 identified species. Most of the species is occur under the canopy of Macaranga tanarius. This one, when we see the canopy is not yet open, it's not yet closed. It's still open canopy. So the life intensity is still there. May reach to the soil. So it's give ambience for the plant, and the story can grow well. The other dominant is dominant of this Pterolobium densiflorum. So in fact, there is a vegetation in global. I could say that the vegetation, there are two poles. The vegetation where dominant by Macaranga tanarius, and the other vegetation dominance by Pterolobium densiflorum. However, when there is a dominant of Pterolobium densiflorum, I only see one species which is grow there, which is Clausanea species. I'm not yet able to determine it. And according to the list of Ruth, is also placed the Clausanea species. So how it's so different vegetation diversity there. What I could postulate here, that the Pterolobium densiflorum is a liana, and this liana, the stem the stem is furnished with a thorn, and is make a kind of tapestry. Is very bushy stem, and with the presence of thorn there, this tapestry behave like a filter. So the one who could penetrate up to the soil is when the seed is very tiny and shiny. It's the Clausanea seed. It's very small, less than 2 millimeter times 1 millimeter, and it's very how to say, it's a lichin. It's very small and very lichin, so it's very easy to go down to the soil. It's not like macaranga. Macaranga with kind of appendages outside and something like that, and it's not easy for them to grow. So how papaya cannot grow on densiflorum? Because papaya, the fruit of papaya, yes, it's very fine. It's pretty similar to the size of Clausina, but papaya is very soft and very easy to thorn. And then when it is thorn, probably it stay between the thorn, then it's not able to go down to the soil. That's how the papaya is not grow on the densiflorum area. That's what I guess. Yeah, the other thing which quite interesting for us to see is that there are few spots, young clump of the Arenga Westerhostii. According to the study of the Khairun Nisa, she mentioned on her study using Arenga pinnata. According to her study, the germination of Arenga pinnata only taken place when there is heat. So the seed, he heat up the seed a little bit, and then after that, he let it cool down. So heat help to break the shell, and then slow cooling down, it's excite the germination. So this one is a little bit happen when the fire taken place and then after the fire incident. So this fire incident helped to crack the shell, and then subside temperature help the further germination. During our study, we only have one Gesneriaceae, that is Mycocharita, and Acanthaceae we almost cannot find it. Then this Acanthaceae often become ecological significant because they grow on a very dim and humid environment. So our conclusion is that I think it's quite important to have subsequent survey, because the presence of the balan can be taken as a zero moment of the vegetation succession. And when we have a follow-up survey, for me, it's very interesting to know when the pioneer species disappear from the area. Because when the pioneer species disappear from the area, then we could say, okay, yes, that one is recovered at least. Because this pioneer species, when the pioneer species is not yet here, therefore there is a canopy already, continuation already developed. Okay, by then, thank you so much.
Terima kasih Dr. Khadijah. Seterusnya saya mempersilakan Dr. Tam Shemei untuk membentangkan tajuknya Genetic Relationship, Diversity and the Occurrence of Natural Leaf Variegation in Population of Begonia phoeniogramma from Batu, Selangor.
It's almost impossible to give a talk within 10 minutes, right?
All right, we're back in business. I'm going to start my talk. Okay. Salam sejahtera, selamat pagi. Very big thank you to the MCKC organization for giving us a chance to talk about genetic relationships, diversity, and occurrence of natural leaf variegation in populations of Begonia phoeniogramma. So I'm Shelley. Fatma is my master student together with Dr. Kiew. Okay, so I'm just gonna go through fast. Hopefully we have time for the 5 minutes Q&A. If you don't understand any part, you can ask me. Okay, so obviously Batu is a very important scientific site for its highly diverse flora, fauna, and unique cave habitat and ecology. So phoeniogramma, Begonia phoeniogramma is special. Well, Batu is special to Begonia phoeniogramma because it was originally described by Ridl from specimens collected here way back in 1908. What we notice about Begonia phoeniogramma is that it's very attractive. It exists in populations where it's plain green or it has silver gray spots on the top layer of the leaves. Okay, this is what we call leaf variegation. And together with Elizabethae, Integrifolia, and Variabilis, these 4 species of Begonia in Peninsular Malaysia, they segregate this leaf variegation trait in populations. Okay? So this is an example of Begonia variabilis. So you can find plain or you can find them spotted. Okay, maybe to the common person, you go to field, you might think there are 2 different species, but actually they're the same species. All right, so basically leaf variegation is just a fancy term to describe the presence of different colors or patterns on leaf surfaces. Okay, so there are 2 main mechanisms responsible for leaf variegation. One is chemical or pigment, normally anthocyanin or chlorophyll deficiency or overexpression. And second is actually physical or structural variegation caused by modification in leaf airspace or epidermal cells. Okay, so adaptive advantages postulated for variegation on leaf is actually improved photosynthesis, photoprotection, or basically defense or protection against herbivory. The disadvantage is basically associated with decrease in light capture. Okay, so basically when Dr. Ruth went and we went to collect, we were fascinated by the presence of, why some populations they have spots, why other populations they don't have spots. And because of places like Batu caves, where they have populations growing in the same area, so we could actually collect additional individuals and do this type of study. Okay, so it actually provided us with individuals to basically study this phenomenon further. Okay, so because based on an earlier study, now if leaf variegation offers some kind of advantage and there's no associated fitness cost to it, or the cost is minimum, then we should expect that this trait would evolve and be fixed eventually. Okay. All right. I have one slide on the material method. I'm not going to go through all of it, but basically we sampled 47 samples that were included in this small study, 8 Begonia taxa, and they're all from the section Begonia, including the 4 species that are segregating for leaf variegation. We use 2 DNA markers, basically ITS, nuclear ITS, and the chloroplast and DHF RPL32 intergenic spacer. And what we did was basically carry out phylogenetic analysis and also a genetic diversity and divergence analysis. Okay, so the main results that we found actually, samples of phoeniogramma actually form one major clade. So it's here, the phylograms are never clear when we present them because we always have too many species. But basically, it's this clade here. So that's good news. The phoeniogramma samples all group together, but they group together with Elizabethae, Integrifolia, and Variabilis. So then the other key or important finding that we saw was that they separated according to 2 populations. So the phoeniogramma samples from Batu caves were in one locality, right, grouped together. And then the second one were phoeniogramma samples from Gabat. So interestingly, the spotted leaves and the non-spotted leaves, they were basically intermixed together. So they did not segregate or differentiate in the phylogram. Okay? Basically what this suggests is they are intermixed and basically genetically they are the same. Okay, so for the diversity and divergent values, all the other groups tested non-significant, but significant results were recorded for phoeniogramma overall and phoeniogramma, interestingly, from Batu caves. Okay, they were all recording consistent negative values. Okay, in terms of gene flow, the FST values and therefore the corresponding gene flow values, the NM values, they showed very similar trends. So it's about 1 for phoeniogramma from Batu caves and phoeniogramma with the species complex, about 2.5 for phoeniogramma and Integrifolia, and 0.47 for phoeniogramma and Variabilis. So basically what it shows is that it's very high gene flow between phoeniogramma and Integrifolia. Okay, so I just go into the discussion. So basically what our results show is that there's no genetic distinction between the variegated, so the spotted leaves, and the non-variegated, so the plain green leaves. And when we take this together with the results of the minimum evolution phylogram, where phoeniogramma, Integrifolia, Elizabethae, and Variabilis all resolve together, this actually suggests that there was a genetic or mutation origin or explanation and for the leaf variegation. And this trait is actually selectively neutral, as in it doesn't really confer any advantage nor disadvantage. So basically it's still segregating in the population. Okay, the similar values of gene flow between populations of phoeniogramma and also the positioning of the clade that I showed you just now, it suggests to us that we need to now rethink the taxonomic circumscription of the 4 species. And because of the high gene flow, especially between phoeniogramma and Integrifolia, Ruth needs to rethink about the 2 species circumscription. Okay, Individuals of phoeniogramma that clustered very strongly together according to locality basically shows that genetic differentiation is going on. And this is caused by restricted gene flow. I think this is quite common for limestone habitat where they are isolated between the limestone. And this is a common pattern of low genetic exchange between populations, and this has been accepted as a major driving force for speciation in Begonia. Okay, the interesting thing for me was the values of the selective neutrality test, which basically indicated departure for neutrality for phoeniogramma overall as a group, but specifically for phoeniogramma from Batu caves. Okay, so the negative values actually indicate that the populations of phoeniogramma from Batu caves actually underwent a genetic bottleneck sometime in the past. Okay, and now they are recovering from that genetic bottleneck. So interestingly, when we look into literature, we actually see two reports of this. One in 2013 on the Begonia from Central America, and another more recent paper from Begonias in China, where they also show population bottlenecks in the past. Okay, and this basically is caused by a geographical barrier, and this is the limestone habitat that's special, basically. Okay. So to conclude, we made it. So findings from this study actually suggest, okay, genetics origin and also a neutrality for the polymorphism of the leaf variegation in Begonia phoeniogramma, and basically emphasize to us that, you know, there are a lot of things that people propose in the literature, but we should actually do the test ourselves. And this brings us back to why Batu caves is important and it's special, because it's only if we conserve places like this, it's species rich, it's unique, that we can then carry out studies like this now and also in the future. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. I think I have time for questions. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, this is why shaping is a big, because phoenograph is very, very close to Encyclopedia. So there's always been a question: is phoenograph really a good species, or should it belong to Encyclopedia? So unfortunately, Shaymay's molecular work shows that it's a bit too close.
Because each time I see the photogram, the most interesting for me to see when the branch come out, what the character refers to this one. So I saw that your photogram, there's a big clown there and below here. And for me, when I see the photogram, each point, each node, sorry, because I'm working also on molecular, I'm doing revision of fern. So each time I see the photogram, each node, usually I'm thinking about the character, where the characters start divergent, where the characters start polarized or something like that. So if this variegated is not strong enough to see the different species, so probably other characters would be searched for.
Yeah,
and flower structure is probably one of the important.
So there are other morphological characters that differentiate between the four species, but this variegation is actually a good character for this clade, the four species, because then we can trace them back to this, basically this branch, this most common recent ancestor, and that's why we think the mutation happened. Because the Integrafolia, Variabilis, Elizabethae, and phoeniogramma, they show this similar segregating leaf variegation trait. Yeah. But between that 4 species, 3 of them I think are okay, except for the Integrifolia phoeniogramma, where the gene flow is a bit too high. So the gene flow value of 2.5 shows that there's actually genetic exchange. So there's basically crossing between the 2 species, populations of the 2 species. I mean, but that's up to the taxonomists to decide. Yeah.
I'm working on revision with my PhD, and I'm looking more than 300 species of fern. And this clown is common for me to find, and it's really common trend for us with molecular. Sometimes the character is not the character. The note is not told about the character. It can be also told about the substrate. Can be also told about geography, because also I find in my study.
Thank you.
Excuse me. I think, can I see a slide that shows some 75,000 years? Cytologists have just said that.
75,000 years.
Yeah, I got that. Just on 5 minutes.
This one. Yeah, the explanation. Wait, sorry. It's, yeah. This is the Singh et al. Paper that came out last year. Okay. Yeah. That's 75,000 years.
Yeah, slightly different effective population size. It's 5,000 years ago. That was nothing is said about the top eruption because it's so look like top eruption there 75,000 years. The paper didn't say anything on that.
I'm not sure. I have to search for that.
Okay, no, because it's related to everything. So probably
Yes.
also if the age is accurate, so that means it probably was influenced by the eruption.
But I think maybe we can discuss further, because there's another earlier 2018 paper on Begonia diversification, and we are actually doing a bigger study on Begonias of Peninsular Malaysia, and we see a similar pattern to what they reported as well. So we have a group of Begonias that are basically limited on limestone, and then the other group which is more basically spread out. And they also see this, and it was basically associated with this emergence of the limestone habitat, something like this, of the classification.
So this is for southern China.
Okay.
Right. We don't have any similar data for Southeast Asia. So this is in China. This is but still, Toba ash is everywhere. Toba ash is everywhere. It was it to change a lot of things, around the eruption. Yeah. So.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you, Dr. Next, saya akan mempersilakan penjangkit secara online. Beliau akan
Oops, can you hear me? All right. So, all right, good morning to everyone. I'm Jun Kit from Rimba, and I will be presenting this presentation in Bahasa Melayu. So for the English recording, I will show you the link at the end of this presentation, right? Okay, so selamat pagi semua. Saya Jun Kit daripada Rimba. Hari ini saya akan beritahu tentang apakah spesies siput yang kami jumpa di Batu Caves. So pertama sekali kami akan tengok apakah siput darat dan hubungannya dengan Bukit Batu Kapur. Lepas tu kami akan tengok apakah spesies siput yang kami jumpa di Batu Caves dan cadangan kajian kemudian. Okey, apakah siput darat? Siput darat adalah sejenis haiwan yang dikumpulkan bersama kerang, sotong, gurita dan lain-lain di bawah filem Mollusca. Siput ni biasanya ada cangkrang. Cangkrang dia dan juga ada satu kaki yang berotot banyak yang bantu dalam penggerakan siput. Jadi kepalanya ada tentakel yang merupakan organ deria siput dan di bawah tentakel ni dia ada barisan gigi yang bantu dalam untuk bantu siput makan. So apabila kita keluarkan cangkrang, buangkan cangkrang, kita boleh lihat organ siput di bawahnya. Kesemua organ ini disaluti dengan sejenis tisu yang dipanggil mantle. Mantle ini juga bantu dalam pernafasan siput sebab ada paru-paru dan insang di permukaan mantle. Badan siput ini kebanyakannya adalah air. Jadi siput ini memang sensitif kalau dia terkena matahari, kalau dia tidak ada di bawah di kawasan yang lembap. Jadi apakah hubungan antara siput darat dengan Bukit Batu Kapur? Siput darat ini boleh dijumpai di pelbagai habitat di Malaysia, dari hutan paya bakau sampai puncak gunung tertinggi. Tapi Bukit Batu Kapur ini adalah habitat yang paling digemari oleh siput darat sebab Bukit Batu Kapur ini ada banyak sumber kalsium karbonat dan sumber kalsium karbonat ini penting untuk pembinaan cangkang siput. Jadi Bukit Batu Kapur ini dia banyak celah-celah batu dan kawasannya ada banyak lembah yang dalam. Kawasan ini banyak tempatnya yang bertakung air dan ada dalam keadaan yang lembap yang memang baik untuk kehidupan siput. Jadi memang ada banyak spesies siput yang endemik dan unik. Jadi sebagai contoh, kami telah buat kajian di Bukit Batu Kapur sekeliling bandar Ipoh di Perak dan kami jumpa 122 spesies siput darat. Daripada ini, 34 spesies siput darat hanya terdapat di satu atau beberapa buah Bukit Batu Kapur saja. Maksudnya setiap Bukit Batu Kapur ini ada spesies yang unik dan endemik di bukit sendiri. Jadi kenapa banyak sangat spesies siput yang endemik dan unik di Malaysia? Untuk memahami ini, kita perlu tengok taburan Bukit Batu Kapur di semenanjung Malaysia. Inilah dia yang merah ini, semua kawasan Bukit Batu Kapur. Jadi bila kita lihat dengan terperinci taburan Bukit Batu Kapur ini, kita boleh lihat Batu Kapur ini bersifat seperti pulau. Setiap Bukit Batu Kapur adalah terpisah daripada yang lain oleh kawasan tanah pamah berasid tinggi. Ada juga batu kapur yang dipisahkan oleh sungai, laut dan banjaran gunung batuan lain. Jadi, bila spesies siput ini yang hanya tinggal di Bukit Batu Kapur seringkali jadi terpisah daripada yang lain. Akhirnya, spesies siput ini yang akan terbentuk menjadi baru setelah beberapa juta tahun ada spesies baru. Jadi itulah sebab banyak spesies siput adalah endemik dan unik di Bukit Batu Kapur di Malaysia. Jadi apakah peranan siput di ekosistem Batu Kapur? Jadi siput darat membantu dalam proses mengitar semula khasiat dan zat di tanah hutan, di lantai hutan. Mereka mengguraikan tumbuh-tumbuhan yang telah mati seperti daun rumput dan juga ada yang berperanan sebagai pemangsa kepada sesetengah siput dan cacing. Jadi bagaimanakah siput boleh menjalankan peranan begini? Bagaimana ia makan? So seperti yang saya cakap tadi, siput ini mempunyai barisan ratusan gigi, beratus-ratus gigi yang namanya radula. Radula ini bantu siput untuk mengikis alga, lumut, kayu dan makanan lain-lain. Dan pecahkan bahan-bahan ini kepada kepingan yang kecil untuk dihadam oleh siput. Jadi bila anda tengok itu akuarium, ada siput yang melekat kat dinding akuarium, kadang-kadang anda boleh jumpa siput ini tengah mengunyah. Itu yang mulut dia yang mengunyah itulah radula dia. Jadi bila anda pergi jalan-jalan dekat kawasan taman ke kebun, kadang-kadang anda boleh jumpa dinding yang berlumut banyak, yang ada ini kesan laluan pemakanan siput juga. Ini juga disebabkan oleh radula. Tapi siput sendiri juga dimakan oleh haiwan lain. Bila anda pergi jalan-jalan di kawasan Bukit Batu Kapur, hutan Bukit Batu Kapur, anda boleh jumpa, kadang-kadang boleh jumpa cangkrang siput yang pecah berterabur di lantai hutan seperti ini. Jadi, pemangsa seperti burung borai tiung batu ini dan tikus dan landak suka makan siput. Kajian juga sudah menunjukkan burung pemangsa yang bersarang di kawasan yang ada banyak siput, telur kulitnya, kulit telurnya lebih tebal sebab lebih banyak kalsium yang dia boleh dapat daripada pemakanan siput. Jadi kelangsungan hidup untuk anak burung adalah lebih tinggi. Jadi siput ada peranan penting dalam ekosistem batu kapur. Jadi apa jenis siput yang boleh kita jumpa di Batu Caves? So, para penyelidik telah siasat lama tentang apa jenis siput yang boleh kita jumpa di Batu Caves. Sebanyak 26 kajian telah dijalankan daripada 1907 sampai 90-an. Kebanyakan kajian telah tertumpu pada taksonomi spesies, senarai semak spesies dan satu kajian tentang ekologi siput. Kebanyakan koleksi spesimen ini kini berada di Museum Singapura, UK dan Belanda seperti institusi yang pengkaji dulu duduk di dalam. Jadi dalam 15 tahun kebelakangan ini, rakan kerja tempatan saya, Ruben Clemens, Tosin Liu, Muhammad Effendi Mazuki ataupun Fendi dan saya telah memulakan kajian terperinci terhadap siput darat di seluruh semenanjung Malaysia. So, dalam 10 tahun kebelakangan ini, Fendi telah memungut sampel siput di 3 tapak di Batu Caves. Dan Fendi cari, di setiap tapak ini, Fendi cari siput di atas pokok tinggi dan renek sebab sesetengah siput ini berhuni di atas pokok. Ada juga siput yang khususnya tinggal di batu kapur sahaja. Jadi Fendi juga cari siput di permukaan batu. Dan Fendi juga cari siput dan kumpulkan dedaun rumput di lantai hutan. Sebab kebanyakan siput tinggal di atas di dalam dedaun rumput. Manakala siput yang tinggal di atas dinding dan juga pokok, dia akan jatuh ke lantai hutan apabila mereka mati. Jadi kawasan lantai hutan memang banyak cangkerang siput. So di Makmau, kami ambil keluar semua siput besar dan kecil, termasuk yang mikro, kurang daripada 5 mm. Dan saya juga mengunjungi kawasan gelap, gua gelap pada 2018 dan mencatatkan siput yang jumpai di dalamnya. Setelah siput diambil keluar daripada dedaun rumput, kami kenal pastikan spesies untuk setiap cangkerang dengan mikroskop. Dan kami juga merujuk kepada kesemua sastra saintifik dan gambar spesimen untuk kenal pastikan spesies siput. Kesemua spesimen ini kemudian dikumpulkan, dimasukkan dalam katalog dan juga disimpan dalam bekas yang tahan lama. Dan kemudian semua ini dimasukkan dalam koleksi, disimpan di koleksi Bonensis di Institut Biologi Tropika dan Pemeliharaan di Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Ini adalah untuk rujukan para pengkaji dan penyelidik pada masa akan datang. Jadi secara keseluruhan kami mendapati 51 spesies siput darat dan 1 spesies siput gua air tawar di Batu Caves. Maklumat terperinci boleh dibaca di poster nanti, tapi mari kita lihat keputusan ini secara terperinci di sini. Okey, untuk spesies yang berasal bukan dari semenanjung Malaysia tapi di lain tempat di seluruh dunia, kami dapati ada 8 spesies. Kesemua spesies ini telah lama berhuni bersama kita di kawasan kebun kita dan tanaman kita. Jadi setakat yang kajian yang kami tahu, spesies-spesies ini memang tidak mempunyai kesan yang ketara kepada spesies tempatan asal. Untuk spesies yang berasal daripada semenanjung Malaysia dan Asia Tenggara, kami dapati ada 30 spesies. Ini semua spesies yang agak widespread, ada agak banyak tempat boleh jumpa. Dan kami juga dapati ada 2 spesies yang endemik di Selangor, iaitu hanya dijumpai di Bukit Batu Kapur di Selangor, iaitu Bukit Takun, Anak Takun dan Batu Caves. Dan untuk spesies yang hanya dijumpai di Batu Caves, kami jumpa 12 spesies. Now, walaupun kemungkinan 12 spesies ini adalah endemik di Batu Caves, kami menyarankan agar tidak memuktamadkan anggapan ini sehingga kajian yang lebih tegas dilakukan. Apa yang kami maksudkan dengan ini? Kami cadangkan 2 kajian untuk menjawab soalan mengenai sifat endemisme siput di Batu Caves. Pertama, kami cadangkan satu kajian sistematik untuk semua kawasan batu kapur yang berhampiran dengan Batu Caves untuk mengenal pastikan sifat endemisme di Batu Caves. Ini akan melibatkan inventari keberbagai spesies siput dengan cara pensampelan 4-5 tapak seperti yang kami buat di Perak. Jadi kedua, kami juga cadangkan kaji selidik kepada terhadap siput air tawar yang ada di gua seperti siput ini, iaitu Gabia minuta. siput ini setakat ini hanya dijumpai di gua gelap sahaja. Jadi mungkin siput ini adalah endemik kepada gua gelap, tapi kita tidak tahu kalau kita tidak pergi cari di gua-gua lain, di Batu Caves dan juga Batu Kapur lain. Jadi itu saja. Terima kasih kepada MCKC, terutamanya Atika dan Jawatan Kuasa Symposium, anjuran tim Symposium ini. Dan terima kasih kepada Ruben Clemens Ritosin dan juga Ruth Kiew untuk nasihat penyediaan senarai semak siput. Dan terima kasih kepada Juliana Nudin kerana beritahu saya tentang kewujudan siput di Gua Gelap. Jadi kalau anda ada minat dengan kajian siput dan juga kajian batu kapur, bolehlah ikuti kita di projek Limestone di laman Sesawang Rimba dan juga laman sosial Rimba. So for those who wants to look at the English version of this presentation, it's available on YouTube. Just QR scan this, or I'll just post the link on the YouTube and also the Facebook page later on. And you can also download the poster on ResearchGate for those who can't view the poster in the symposium. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih kepada Ruth. Seterusnya, saya nak silakan Dr. Juliana Nami untuk memberitahukan Biodiversity Biodiversity Peninsular.
Oh, sorry. Has the remote? Juliana, boleh test the remote? Okay ke? Next slide. Does it work? Okay.
Saya Juliana, wakil pada Sembilan Sarawak yang menjalankan kajian di Batu. Kami terdiri daripada kumpulan daripada UKM dan juga dari MCKC sendiri, iaitu Dr. Atika dan
Dr. Juliana.
Okay, so sebelum kita mula cakap Sarawak, kita pergi introduction sikit lah.
Sekejap saya buang saya punya sekejap saya punya mask ni jadi tak cantik pula gambar. Okay, so kelawar kita tahu daripada order Herpetofauna dan kelawar ni mamalia. Sebab kenapa saya kata mamalia, nanti saya akan terangkan kenapa sebab saya banyak dapat soalan kelawar ni jenis apa. Okay, so salah satu dia kita boleh tengok lah kalau kita tengok dekat, kelawar tu ada bulu, dia lahirkan anak dan dia menyusukan anak dia. So ni perkara karakter utama lah kalau kita nak kata sebagai mamalia, dia sama macam kita. Okay, dan apa kelebihan kelawar ni? Kelawar ni mamalia, salah satunya mamalia yang boleh terbang. Sebab tu kenapa saya nak tekankan bahawa kelawar ni adalah mamalia. Sebab ramai orang datang tanya kelawar tu burung ke? So dalam kes ni kelawar bukan burung, kelawar adalah mamalia. Dan bagi spesies-spesies yang ada bertulang belakang, hanya kelawar dan burung sahaja yang masih wujud sekarang yang boleh terbang. Okay? Tapi dekat Malaysia ni, sebab kita tropical country, one of the mega diversity of the world kan. Jadi tu banyak benda yang terbang juga. Tapi sebenarnya dia hanya melayang dan tak mampu untuk generate powered flight. So contoh-contoh dia macam reptile, amphibian, Herpetofauna group, ada katak, ular pun boleh terbang kalau kita datang kat Malaysia ni. Okay. Satu lagi kelebihan kelawar, kelawar menggunakan gema lokasi berfrekuensi tinggi, ultrasound dan keunikan suara kelawar ni, kita boleh ID kelawar up to species level guna bunyi suara dia sahaja sebab dia very specific to specific species. So kat mana kita boleh jumpa kelawar ni? Kita boleh jumpa basically throughout the world, except dekat kutub utara, kutub selatan. Dia macam kita juga, bila keadaan terlampau sejuk, dia tak nak duduk sana. Sebab kita nak adjust dengan suhu badan, susah sebab kita berdarah panas. Okay, so far up to date kita ada lebih kurang 1,400 spesies yang telah direkodkan all over the world. So untuk Malaysia kita ada lebih kurang 138 spesies yang direkodkan, dan ini adalah macam mana rupa-rupa kelawar tu lah, sebab jarang orang dapat peluang untuk tengok up close dengan kelawar ni. So macam inilah rupa kelawar. Okay. Macam mana pula dengan kelawar di Batu Cave? So report pertama adalah di Dark Cave. So banyak kajian kalau area Batu Cave adalah di Dark Cave. So dekat Dark Cave is reported 8 spesies yang pernah dijumpai di Dark Cave lah, di area Batu Cave. Dan seterusnya ada juga checklist yang dilakukan pada tahun 2012. Yang ni dia rekodkan ada 19 spesies, tapi 10 sahaja yang dikonfirm. Yang selebihnya checklist yang dilakukan, dia mengatakan bahawa list yang dibina adalah spesies tersebut tak confirm. Cuma based on not a real evidence. So untuk tu kami guna metod tangkapan supaya kami dapat confirm the identification. So kita guna hub trap dan juga mistnet. Kami juga merekodkan suara kelawar. Dekat sini untuk presentation ni saya tak present result daripada suara kelawar. One of the reason is because kita still building the call reference. Kita banyak lagi tak ada reference bunyi tu. Okay, so kita ada kawasan utama untuk persampalan. Kita pergi ke Gua Belah, Gua Pokok Ara, Gua Cili Padi dan Lembah Damai. Untuk ni kami dapat sebenarnya 4 family daripada 12 spesies. So spesies pertama yang direkodkan adalah Synopterus bigrotis. So Synopterus bigrotis ni memang biasalah. Synopterus ni is a very common bat dan boleh dijumpai especially di kawasan yang sudah terbuka, yang associate with human. Kami juga merekodkan spesies Ilonecterus spelea. Spesies ni merupakan spesies yang very famous lah kalau dekat kita ni, sebab dia pendebunga utama untuk petai dan durian. Tak ada dia ni, Lembah Kelang tak ada durian. Okay, one of the significant finding untuk kumpulan Petropodidae ataupun kelawar tumbuhan adalah Rosetta selfierti. Spesies ni direkodkan di Malaysia pada tahun 2000. First time this species recorded for Peninsular Malaysia, dan daripada Dark Cave. Walau macam mana pun, record adalah berdasarkan rahang sahaja. So dia tak ada evidence of the actual animal. So untuk kali ni kita sebenarnya sangat untuk confirm the species. So kita actually confirm the species with DNA result. So kalau tengok memang kelawar jenis ni yang kita dapati di Batu Cave adalah Rosetta hazelti, dan the rest is for ni lah. Okay, kenapa sangat suka untuk kita differentiate, sebab kat Malaysia ni ada 2 spesies Rosetta hazelti dan Sympatry. So kenapa sangat susah? Perbezaan adalah gigi tu je. Perbezaan dia adalah rupa bentuk gigi ni dan jarak gigi ni. Jadi untuk bagi kita yang tak pernah nampak gigi dia, sangat mengelirukan. Okay. So selain itu kita ada juga kelawar Imbalanuridae. So kelawar ni dia memang associate dengan gua. So biasanya dia tinggal di gua dan kalau di gua di bahagian permukaan di bahagian luar sedikit yang mana terima cahaya. So kebanyakan orang kata kelawar mata tak ada mata ataupun mata dia kecil. Tapi untuk kelawar pemakan serangga, yang ni grup kelawar makan serangga so biasanya mata dia kecil tapi dalam grup ni mata dia sedikit besar. Sebab dia biasanya tinggal dekat bahagian luar gua dan terdedah dengan cahaya. Dan kelawar ni juga sangat sensitif dengan predator. So any encroachment kalau kita masuk dalam gua, kelawar yang mula terbang adalah grup ni lah. Kita ada juga kelawar yang kelawar yang direkodkan, Herpetofauna diadema dan Herpetofauna cinereus. So Herpetofauna cinereus ni di Malaysia sebenarnya spesies ni terbahagi kepada dua spesies. Dia ada cryptic species. Description di semenanjung Malaysia sebenarnya description lebih kepada spesies yang wujud di Batu Cave ni. Tapi kebanyakan daripada pengkaji meng-ID cryptic species satu lagi tu yang cinereus. So dekat gua Cili Padi di Batu Cave ada koloni Herpetofauna cinereus yang mana dia boleh dijadikan reference untuk cryptic species for this species in Peninsular Malaysia. Okey, selain tu kita ada Herpetofauna amiga. Herpetofauna amiga ni adalah spesies untuk genus Herpetofauna terbesar. Kalau kata besar pun dia ni 15 gram je. Tapi terbesarlah untuk kumpulan dia ni. Dan satu-satunya kumpulan kelawar yang ada display sexual dimorphism. So jantan dengan betina dia nampak tak sama. So yang ni betina, yang ni jantan. So dia jantan dia dahi lebar sikit. Selain daripada tu kita ada kelawar yang kita rekodkan, Herpetofauna kunci. So Herpetofauna kunci ni recently described. Sebelum ni dia juga cryptic species di bawah Herpetofauna bicolor. So Prozubite just described ni a few years ago dan kelawar ni ada koloni di Batu. Dan grup seterusnya adalah Rhinolophidae, juga kelawar pemakan serangga. So kita ada Rhinolophus trifalgan yang mana kelawar ni di dalam paper yang sebelum ni tak confirm. Dia bagi tahu dia tak confirm, ada report tapi tak ada evidence. So kita dapat evidence for trifalgan. Dan kita ada Rhinolophus affinis, Rhinolophus dan Rhinolophus steno. So itu je daripada kumpulan kelawar dan kami ucapkan berbanyak terima kasih kerana menjemput kami. Itu saja. Sekian, terima kasih. Oh, saya ingat tadi saya dah habis masa, dah bunyi banyak kali. Oh, okay. So, oleh kerana saya ada masa, kita boleh open if you have any question. Kebanyakan, salah satu daripada identification key adalah, pertanyaan adalah kenapa kita perlu tengok gigi untuk melihat perbezaan. So daripada bila kita tengok dia ke bahagian genus, so kelawar ni each of the family dia ada variety muka dia. Tapi bila kita pergi kepada genus, muka dia dah lebih kurang sama. Perbezaan karakter biasanya adalah gigi. Perbezaan gigi je. Yes?
Is it possible to recognize the species by the sound they produce and making a kind of long-term monitoring or continuous monitoring using sound recording?
Yes, it is possible because as I mentioned it before, so bats have a very unique echolocation called frequency. So it is possible, however, we still lack of reference call, especially the open space bats. So why I'm saying this is because the sensitivity of the detector. If you're working with the detector, So bats frequency is around 18 to 280 to 250 in Malaysia. So the most problem that we have is call under 50 kilohertz. Under 50 kilohertz, the call is really loud and the bat recognized as open space, which is difficult to catch. So we do have the phonic type of the call, but at this moment, we don't have the reference to the species. But it is possible. Any other question?
Ada soalan dan saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Dr. Jimona. Seterusnya saya mempersilakan Mike Shaw untuk membentangkan preliminary survey of birds at Batu Cave, Selangor. Peringatan kepada semua pembentang, loceng masa akan dibunyikan selama 3 kali setiap 5 minit. Terima kasih.
Selamat pagi semua. Good morning everybody. Okay. In the frame. First of all, I would like to thank Malaysian Cave and Karst Conservancy for inviting us, myself and Dr. Rosli Omar, to do the bird survey at Batu Caves. The title of my survey is Survey of Mammals and Birds and Mammals. Originally, it was on birds only, but because we saw mammals also during our survey, so we included mammals in the survey since they are very visual and it's easily recorded, but only a few mammals recorded. Thank you. Next. Oh, minute. Angkatkan sebagai resident dan juga burung penghijrah iaitu Peregrine falcon, white breasted wateng, wawa dan Asian quail. kesemua 45 spesies yang direkod adalah dianggap sebagai least concern di bawah IUCN Red List of Threatened Species. Bermakna 45 spesies yang kita merekod adalah tidak terancam. Dan ini adalah salah satu daripada spesies yang dianggap sebagai spesialis batu kapur. Satu daripadanya ialah peregrine falcon yang saya panggil falco peregrine ataupun mungkin ada lain-lain nama yang dipanggilnya. Dan ini adalah blue whistling thrush. Salah satu lagi spesialis batu kapur ataupun saya panggil tarum siul biru. Separuh orang panggil dia tiong batu. Burung ni bukan tiong tapi ianya dipanggil sebagai tiong. Dan satu lagi blue rock thrush iaitu tarum batu biru. Dan gambar ni bukan gambar saya tapi esan daripada Dr. Amar Singh. So ini adalah 3 spesies spesialis. Untuk discussion 45 spesies yang direkodkan adalah dianggap sebagai rendah sehingga sederhana tinggi diversitinya. Ini adalah sebab habitat di Batu Caves bukannya habitat optimum ataupun habitat asal lagi seperti yang dirungkaikan oleh speaker sebelum ini. Habitat telah dimusnahkan ataupun telah diubahkan. Sebab itu diversity burung di Batu Cave adalah dianggap rendah hingga medium, ada sederhana. Lepas tu walaupun habitat bukan asal lagi, 3 spesies spesialis batu kapur iaitu peregrine falcon, blue whistling thrush dan blue rock thrush masih terjumpa di sini. 3 burung penghijrah, hanya 3 burung penghijrah direkodkan adalah sebab masa survey itu singkat dan bukannya sebab spesies migran tidak banyak di Batu Cave. Terdapat juga populasi yang besar untuk rock pigeon ataupun burung rock pigeon. Saya pada lupa nama yang dia. Mungkin Batu Cave ini mempunyai populasi rock pigeon yang asal ataupun liar di semenanjung Malaysia sebenarnya. Tetapi didapati populasi rock pigeon ini sangat besar kerana burung ini diberi makan oleh penduduk-penduduk di sini dan juga pelawat-pelawat dari luar negeri. Bolehkah ia dikawal atau tidak, itu kita tak tahu. Dan juga yang menarik, kita juga merekod striatus swallow dan juga great myna, 2 spesies yang mungkin juga bersarang di Batu Cave. Dan kita anggap survey yang lebih panjang dan lebih menyeluruh perlu dijalankan di Batu Cave untuk mendapat tahu ataupun mengetahui tentang diversity burung yang sepenuhnya di kawasan Batu Cave. Salah satu daripada burung striatus swallow, great myna, bisulda, spotted dove, tekuko, balam, perling, daun myna, house swift, black-necked oriole, Eurasian tree sparrow. Mammal survey kita dapati 4 spesies common treasure ataupun tupai tanah, tupai perut kelabu, mountain macaque dan loteng kelabu. Pasal Batu Cave dan kenapa tempat ni sudah terpencil dan isolated ya. Okey, terima kasih kepada rakan survey saya, Dr. Rosli Omar. Terima kasih. Kalau ada apa-apa soalan yang hendak ditujukan.
Ada soalan ke daripada kalau tak ada, kita ucapkan terima kasih banyak-banyak.
Okey, terima kasih.
Baik, seterusnya saya mempersilakan Dr. Vincent untuk membentangkan tajuk beliau Revisiting the Herpetofauna Checklist of Batu Cave.
Good morning, everyone. My title is about the Herpetofauna of Batu Cave. My team consists of Zaris is at the back, Zaris Camp, and Stephen Wong, also from MNS, and also Dr. Chan Kinon from Lee Kong Chan Museum in Singapore. He's a Malaysian actually, so he's an expert in frogs. Okay, so let's start. I'm representing MNS and also UM. Okay, very brief introduction. The studies for Herpetofauna for Batu Cave actually is very limited. Although there are some studies that mention about snakes and frogs and other type of amphibians, only the study from Kiew in Brisbane are specifically on Herpetofauna. For those that are not familiar, Herpetofauna is about snakes, reptiles and amphibians. Okay, the first one is Dr. Yong is also from UM, Professor Yong. And then why we are worried about Batu Cave is because there are some activities that's going on. For example, deforestation, residential development, like you can see around Batu Cave, there's actually a lot of housing estate, quarries, like some of the colleagues mentioned before, and ecotourism, and guano excavation. So in some ways, we are very afraid that it will alter the flora and fauna. That's why we have this symposium. Okay, next. So a little bit background about the fauna exploration. It was started by Ridl. I think Dr. Kiew mentioned earlier on. So he actually collected and published about this iconic snake, the cave racer in Batu Cave. So that's where all the interest started to roll. And in honor of him, the name, the cave racer, there's many species around the world, but the one from Malaysia is called this one, right? Just a little bit of background. So the aim of our study is to revisit and provide an updated, if possible, the most complete checklist for Herpetofauna. All right, because currently it's just patched here and there because most of the studies carried out on fauna is just a little portion of the time is allocated for Herpetofauna. And so we divided our survey area or study area into 3 chunks. Area 1 is the extreme park area, Peace Cave, Death Valley, Dog Cave, Damai Wall. Second area is Damai Valley, Ishibawa and Chilipadi, and the third area is Government A until H and Pelah Cave, Nanyang Wall, and Pelah Cave, and finally Nyamok Wall. So credit to the person who gives us this map. So the first area is that side where the Damai Extreme Park is. The second area is the Damai Valley, where there's a lock entrance. And then the third area is the cave and the places around it. Okay, so the red line is meaning that our survey do not actually concentrate specifically on Batu Cave itself, but also around the 1 km radius of Batu Cave. Okay, so like what I said just now, within 1 km Batu Cave, and the sampling time is morning session is from 8 to 12, and the night session is from 7 until 11. Why 7? Because when it's dark, the nocturnal animals, especially the snakes, will come out, and the frogs. Survey period is from January. Of course, we did our wiki in 2018 a little bit. Okay, and then consists of 2 to 8 people. Okay, wait. The technique we use is a visual encounter and or opportunistic survey sampling, and we also did what we call interviews with the guides and the cave guide and the hiking guides. So this is the simple things we use for herping. How do we, where there's a very visual thing. All right. Yeah, as I said before, the further data collection is based on citizen science, and so we use some books for them to identify if they mention some animals, and then we ask them to confirm based on photos. So the books that we use are Guide to the Snake of Southeast Asia by Prof. Karst, and Photographic Guide of Snakes and Reptiles by Cox et al., and also the frog books from Prof. Nohayati. So these are the books. Okay. And what we have found. Okay. So the total species found is 34. Okay, but the new record for Batu Cave, as you can see, mostly are new records. So the paper by Mosley, I think, if I can remember correctly, only like 9 species or 10 species of frogs and toads, and maybe 6 species of what do you call snakes. So I think this list has already added on a lot to the literature. So the 14 species are Hyantula prasina, Boiga dendrophila, now changed to Boiga melanota just this year. Chrysophilia paradisi, I think Dr. Juliana mentioned about flying snakes. So this is one of the flying snakes. It's a paradise flying snake. I'll show you photos later on. Colonectus flaviniatus and Colonectus ragatus. Dendrolaphis cynochloris. This one is the photo you see outside the snake that someone is holding, the blue colored snake. I'll show you more photos. Gobsternai, Dendrolaphis gobsternai, Dendrolaphis pictus. So these are three species. Lycodon capucinus, the one that Dr. Ross asked me in her house the other day. Oligodon is the kukri snake, and then Parias, this one is a slug snake. As just now, Jun Kit, right, mentioned about a lot of slugs and snails. So that's why this species is there. Naja sumatrana is the cobra. Okay, speeding cobra. Naja cautia is the monocle cobra. I'm going to show you the difference later on. And Calliope intestinalis. So the one that I highlighted in yellow are the ones that are venomous, that can cause real damage to humans. Okay, then we have these are all new records, not okay. Fragnatus, the one that has a tail like spiky tail. Okay, Monarchus, spotted cactus. Versicolor is the garden fence lizard that you see around your house sometimes. That when the male mate, it changed color to red or bright orange. Okay, to show that I'm ready to mate. So this is the color. This versicolor. Ichthyophis Maltese is the Maltese nice skin that you see running around. Okay, finishing. Surprisingly, we found it was not mentioned in any of the previous paper. We found, I personally found 2. Zaris found 1 in another trip. So yeah. And new frogs record for Batu Cave is Himmonsi, dark-sided forest frog. Mucosuri species also recently changed to Mucosuri, Bejavaya Inocharis, and surprisingly and for skin, there's a lot of new records. And of course, for monitor lizard and some other what they call turtles are all also new records. So so I'm going to show you. Oh, wrong. No, I don't. What? Sorry about that. Does it? Yeah. Yeah. Too heavy, is it? The photos? If okay. So this is only one. Here's a full photo. Never mind. You all can look at the pictures outside. It's printed outside. I think it's too heavy for the computer to comprehend. Let's move on to discussion and conclusion real quick. It looks like this, but because it's too heavy for the computer, it's okay. Sorry about that. Move back to the presentation. So what we can see is an increase of species for snakes. 6 species in the original list of Mosley et al. Green and Snails is in that paper. So 6 to 20. And we survey, but having said that, we must say that we survey a bigger area, the 1 plus the 1 kn radius, to be fair. However, you must note that the iconic cave racer has not been seen for a long time, which is something very worrying. Okay, a few snakes observation could be accidental, meaning that their habitat doesn't match the habitat of cave. So what we propose, that what they might have dropped down from the, the big hole in the cave. They might have dropped down, and then some of our cavers found it. So this could be the reason why it didn't match. So the one that didn't match is the coral snake, striped coral snake, the kukri, and the calamari snake. And gecko skin, we found 111. We are happy that we found Pycnoscelus metropolis that Lee Grismer, the famous herpetologist, found in 3 locations. They found in 1 location, we found in 3. Found 1 species of turtle. The number of frogs actually declined from 10 to 7 species. However, we must note that 2 of the identified species in the earlier literature is somewhat misleading. Why? Microhyla annetans is an upland forest small frog. Cannot be found in the Batu cave, and Maristomyces jerboa is actually endemic to Borneo and not in Peninsular Malaysia, so might have been misidentification. In Q 1979, it's reported that Dutra finds this quote, and Kala Pupra, this is the pemanggil hujan toad. When it's rain, this is the fella. We actually found it. It says not found, but we found it again. Thank God. And conclusion. So 9 species from mostly at all the Herpetofauna checklist were not seen. 1 snake, 1 gecko, 1 skink, and 6 frog not seen. But we found 21 new species of reptiles, 5 new species of amphibians, which are new record, which I'm very happy. I think this is a big addition to the checklist. And in future, more surveys are needed to evaluate the biodiversity of Batu cave, especially for monitoring the potentially declining species such as the cave racer, which I'm very, very worried, and other proximate species. So our future survey, as you can see just now, area 1, 2, and 3. So we will probably go on to 4, 5, and in the middle part, which I don't think we have time to study. So with that, I want to thank Selayang Municipal Council, Militan Malaysia, for granting the permit, and of course Malaysian Nature Society, and the biggest help is obviously from MCKC for doing this expedition, and of course not forgetting the guy that helped us with the interview and citing Razi, Zaris, Adam, and Japun. I don't know his real name. I'm sure you all know who is Japun. Okay, I think that's all. And since we touched on snakes, please scan this if you may. This, you can use your QR code and scan this. This is a free PDF on snakes that are medically significant, meaning that if you see these snakes and it bites you, please go to the hospital first. Don't go to the formal and don't tie it. Okay, just go to the. You can just use the QR code later on and just scan it, and you will get a free PDF from MyBeast. All right, this is the book that we wrote 2 years ago. Okay, questions. If ada masa, no masa, then okay. All right, thank you.
Pembentangan Sympatry between introduced common cockroaches and local burrowing cockroach.
Terima kasih, Juliana. Okay, my presentation. Tunggu sebentar. Okay. Okay. Kajian saya tentang lipas. Saya buat kajian ini sendiri mungkin sebab tidak ada berapa orang yang berminat dengan lipas. Tapi di Batu Caves sebenarnya ada banyak jenis lipas. Tapi kajian saya tentang lipas yang ada di dalam gua. Dan dalam gua mungkin ada 2-3 jenis saja. Okay, so walaupun lipas-lipas ni tidak berapa charismatic species, dia memang penting untuk ekologi gua dan ekologi hutan. Dan kalau kita tengok diagram ni, this is a food web, atau dia tunjuk aliran tenaga dalam ekosistem gua. Dan memang tenaga di ekosistem berasal dari matahari dan masuk ditangkap oleh pokok-pokok dan tumbuhan, dan tenaga masuk ke dalam ekosistem gua melalui kelawar, tahi kelawar atau guano. Dan kalau kita lihat kedudukan lipas memang penting untuk makan atau ambil semua tenaga dari gua untuk semua organisme lain di dalam gua. So there was one question. Saya buat kajian ini sebab saya diminta tolong ekspedisi khas untuk satu soalan yang this question was first raised pada tahun 90-an, because in the earlier studies pada zaman Limbulia. Cuma salah satu jenis lipas dijumpa di Batu Caves. Ini jenis sebelah kiri ini, Pycnoscelus striatus. Ini spesies lipas yang tempatan atau asal dari gua batu ini. And actually this is not endemic species. Sebenarnya jenis ni pun dijumpa di negara lain macam di Philippines, Sabah dan Sarawak pun ada. In the caves like Mulu caves pun dapat jenis lipas ni. But the issue arose in the 1990s when there was a fear that this native species had been displaced by jenis baru, the Periplaneta americana dan Periplaneta australisiae. These are the lipas America dan lipas Australia. And so there was a fear that these species were invasive species. Ada kemungkinan lipas tempatan sudah digantikan oleh lipas-lipas baru. And so this was the kind of the concern that was raised in books macam buku dari Shahrin Yusuf. And so I was asked to actually carry out the study to do maybe a quick survey to see what the present status is. Oh, one thing I should mention. Jenis Pycnoscelus ni pun ada banyak species. Misalnya Pycnoscelus surinamensis yang pun memang biasa jumpa di Malaysia. Bentuk lebih kurang sama tapi dia warna hitam. So actually, another thing I should mention is that one thing I like about this species is untuk saya kalau tengok pembezaan dari tiga jenis lipas ni, Pycnoscelus striatus dia macam bentuk comel sikit, dia bulat, dia bentuk badan bulat, lebih bulat sikit daripada these are the common ones yang kita selalu jumpa dekat rumah. And so actually I would say that even though it's a cockroach, it really has potential to be a charismatic species. At least that's pandangan saya saja. All right. One important point is to distinguish between these different species. Sebab the kajian awal, they maybe made a mistake saying that this was this one was a cave species, or this is actually the introduced species. But if you see that the morphology is actually quite different, and these are the nymphs or the ana, and this one over here, these are the nymphs as well, and this is dewasa. This is an adult. If you look in the book on page 48, muka surat 48, there's a picture of the adult of the Pycnoscelus. But there are some key differences in that. You look at these small spots on the side. Look at the huge proportion of the legs from the Periplaneta. But generally speaking, I would say the immediate reaction is this one looks cute, macam comel. Anyway, I just go into my findings. So for a summary, I would say it's a positive finding that we still have these native cockroach in Batu Caves. So what I specifically found is that I looked at 3 different caves. Kajian saya termasuk 3 gua gua lambung atau temple cave, gua gelap atau dark cave, dan gua pandan. Pandan cave is at the top of the hill. And the reason I chose these three caves is because they had different levels of disturbance. Kesan pembangunan atau gangguan ada tiga. Satu, the one which had the highest level of disturbance was Gua Lambung or the Temple Cave. It's about memang ada ramai orang masuk dan it's a temple then cement, and so it's very heavily disturbed. And all right, I'll just jump ahead to the main finding. This is kind of what you would expect, but it's encouraging nevertheless, that we have in the Temple Cave, which has got heavy disturbance, we don't have the native cockroach anymore. Unfortunately, it's been completely displaced by the American cockroach. But in the dark cave, fortunately, there's still both species found. Dua-dua pun masih jumpa. And in Pandan Cave, we have the native species, tapi yang pendatang belum datang lagi. So this answers a bit of the question as to what is going on ecologically. It's not really a question of an invasive species, it's a question of a commensal species. So tu lipas Amerika tu dia memang ikut activity manusia. So when we made a walkway into the dark cave in the 1970s, we created this new microhabitats, which Dr. Ruth mentioned earlier. So apa tu microhabitat dalam gua yang lipas Amerika berminat? It's actually the walkways, yang jalanan ditudung is a covered walkway, and also actually as Mr. Don mentioned earlier, the walkways under the management of CMG was fortunately removed from the cave. And so actually the numbers of the American cockroach have gone down. But the microhabitat that is attractive to the native cockroach is actually the guano, the tahi kelawa. So the problem is that in the Temple Cave, there's no more guano because the bats have been chased out. And so that's the reason why this species is no longer found. It's not so much that the Periplaneta is somehow competing with it, which we get to the final thing. So even though they share a general position in the food chain, they actually have got quite different microhabitat niches. So they're entirely different genus. So even the Pycnoscelus surinamensis, which has a more similar niche, it isn't found in this cave. So yeah, I would say that's a general positive finding. So I was quite happy. So kalau ada apa-apa soalan, saya sedia cuba menjawab. Terima kasih. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So actually, it's not an American cockroach, despite the name Periplaneta americana. It is a cosmopolitan species and probably came from Africa originally. So how did it come to this part of the world? The earliest records go back more than 100 years. So it follows the shipping when the Europeans came to Malaysia from via Africa, they would have brought it then maybe 400 years ago. Okay, well, it was already found in Kuala Lumpur 100 years ago, and it must have come into the cave as people built these walkways, steps, lighting, and so on. And quite importantly, I would say, is also the food and the rubbish, and this huge volume of rubbish that's brought in by the tourists and the devotees. All right, well, they can fly. But the local cockroach did not retreat because the American cockroach was aggressive. The local cockroach population completely disappeared because the guano was covered up with cement. So its habitat, the microhabitat had disappeared, and there was no replenishment of the guano because the bats had been scared out of those caves. Okay. Terima kasih.
Sangat menarik. Saya rasa semua orang boleh jumpa doktor ini nanti untuk tanya lebih soalan dan juga pembintangan lain. Terima kasih doktor. Seterusnya saya mempersilakan Dr. Chong Chien untuk membentangkan the diversity of dragonflies and peninsular flies of Batu.
Thank you. Selamat tengah hari. Saya cuba bentangkan kajian saya dalam bahasa Melayu sebab slide saya dalam bahasa Inggeris, boleh bacalah. So kajian saya adalah mengenai jenis serangga Bagi saya itu serangga ini adalah cukup cantik sekali lah One of the most beautiful insects in the world. I think somebody said butterfly is more beautiful. Then I let Dr. Leslie will tell you more about the butterflies later. So this kajian ini adalah dijalankan di kawasan Batu Caves. So ini sedikit mengenai serangga inilah pepatung dragonflies dalam bahasa Melayu pepatung. Peninsular flies dalam bahasa Melayu kita panggil sebagai pepatung jarum. So kedua-dua kumpulan serangga ni pepatung dan pepatung jarum ni dipanggil secara saintifiknya sebagai Odonata. Dia merupakan serangga akuatik, maksudnya dia biasanya dijumpai di kawasan berair lah, freshwater lah, air tawar. Serangga dewasanya yang kita biasa jumpa adalah terrestrial. Nimfa dia, larva dia hidup di dalam air. Itu yang menyebabkan dia dipanggil sebagai aquatic insect. Dan dia merupakan satu digunakan sebagai indicator yang baik untuk apa? Untuk melihat kualiti air dan juga kesihatan sesuatu ekosistem air tawar, freshwater ecosystem. Mungkin ramai yang tak tahu lah sebenarnya Odonata ni memang digunakan oleh IUCN sebagai satu kumpulan taxon yang digunakan untuk menilai tanah lembap, wetlands, wetland assessment. Selain daripada Odonata, kumpulan biologi yang digunakan adalah aquatic plants, snails, dan Odonata, dan juga ikan. So ini merupakan sedikit latar belakang mengenai bilangan spesies Odonata. So di seluruh dunia kita ada 6,000. We have 6,000 species of Odonata throughout the world. But dalam Malaysia, termasuk Sabah, Sarawak, Semenanjung, kita ada lebih daripada 400 spesies. Dan di Semenanjung Malaysia, kita ada lebih daripada 250 spesies. Di Selangor. Selangor ini saya masukkan KL, wilayah persekutuan Kuala Lumpur dengan Putrajaya lah, kita tak pisah lah. So baru sahaja ni ditepikan awal tahun 2000. Kita ada lebih daripada 170 spesies. Macam mana dengan Batu Caves? Langsung tak ada published record. So what it means, apa yang saya dapat ini merupakan all new records, merupakan rekod baharu untuk Batu Caves. So it's interesting whatever presented here. So the survey yang dibuat adalah 3 kali lah, seperti yang ditunjukkan di slide ini. So kita buat daripada pagi sampai petang. Memanglah kalau nak survey kita kena pergi ke kawasan akuatik. Seperti yang ada di kawasan Batu Caves adalah kebanyakan adalah kolam, ponds, ada sungai-sungai batu lah. So itu sahaja. Kita tak ada sungai dalam hutan. Unfortunately, limestone you don't have really water up there. So ini merupakan hasil daripada survey 3 kali. So terdapat 4 family. 2 family adalah pepatung dan 2 family adalah pepatung jarum. Dan ini merupakan laporan yang ada pada kesemua 25 spesies yang percaya direkodkan. So 5 spesies adalah merupakan pepatung jarum dan 20 spesies adalah merupakan pepatung. Nak menunjukkan sahaja kecantikan Odonata yang ada di Batu Caves. Ini agak banyak jugalah komen tengah mengawan ni. Tengah mengawan dia panggil sebagai yellow pedelecs. Biasanya parit longkang ada banyak. Kampung pun ada banyak komen. Ini pun tengah mengawan. Ini banyak dijumpai di kolam di sekitar kawasan Batu Caves. Banyak kolam. Kolam buatan manusia, ada kolam yang dipela ikan untuk orang memancing juga ada. Biasanya di kolamnya ada banyak rumput. Dipanggil sebagai common blue tail. Ini merupakan satu patung jarum yang cukup kecil, 2 cm. Very small. Kalau you don't get close to it, you don't see it. Very small, one of the smallest damselflies in the world. Dipanggil sebagai wandering reefs. Yang interesting adalah spesies ini, panggil orange tail sprite. Ini merupakan satu, bukan sahaja rekod baharu untuk Batu Caves, ia juga merupakan satu rekod baharu untuk Selangor sahaja. Selangor bukan Peninsular Malaysia, tapi cukup exciting. It's quite exciting. It's for Selangor in Batu Caves. Very common species. Warna merah, merah cukup merah, cantik. Dia panggil sebagai scarlet skimmer. Kawasan parih, longkang. Kolam tu dia tak memilih. Ini pun macam tadi kalau lihat. Tapi lihat dia punya atomen badan dia. Ini tak ada hitam. Yang ini ada satu garis hitam. Ini satu cara untuk membezakan spesies ini. Common scarlet daripada scarlet skimmer. Ini kurang sikit, yang itu lebih banyak. Ini biasa jumpa di kolam. It's one of the most common species in Peninsular Malaysia. Salah satu spesies yang paling common di semenanjung Malaysia. Tapi cantik. Walaupun it's very common, but it's beautiful. Sebab sayap dia yang berwarna merah. Very beautiful. Size sederhana, besar. Panggil sebagai common parasaur. Parasaur. Kolam parih, longkang boleh dijumpai. Biasanya masuk hutan tak ada lah. Ini biasanya menunjukkan kawasan ini adalah ada gangguan manusia lah jumpa spesies ini. Cantik. Merah. Ini pun merah juga. Tapi yang itu saiz lebih kurang 5-6 cm. Tapi saya ini double the size. Dipanggil sebagai nama pun sendiri sultan. It's not common species. It's not common species. Tapi saya tak kata dia ada rare species. I say it's not common species. Ada di Batu Caves. Saiz besar. Nama pun sudah cantik. Sultan. Dan nama saintifiknya pun faham lah. Gigantic. Maksudnya besar. Besar. Ada di Batu Caves. Tak banyak. Ada. Ini adalah common flank tail, kolam. Kalau ada kolam biasanya ada spesies ini. Ini pun lagi satu yang cantik warna merah. Kawasan kolam, kawasan ada lopak air, ada. Scaled grenadier. Ini cantik. Sayap dia warna ada belang-belang macam harimau ya, harimau. Ini spesies kolam. Biasa dijumpa di kolam. Dipanggil sebagai yellow bark flutter ya, flutter. Nah, spesies ini betina ya. Kalau jantannya lebih warna merah sikit. Dipanggil sebagai white bark dashhound ya. Biasanya kolam. Nah, spesies ini biasa keluar senja. Aktif senja. Biasanya spesies yang berpatung jarum dia aktif masa matahari ada. Ini biasanya matahari penam dia baru keluar. So saya jumpa dia sembunyi di celah-celah tahun. Masa saya buat survey ada jumpa. Ini spesies kolam. So secara keseluruhannya, what we can say that 25 spesies dah direkodkan untuk Batu Caves dan kesemua 25 spesies ini adalah merupakan rekod baharu ya untuk Batu Caves. Kalau diterbikan, so dia akan menjadikan rekod baharu. Spesies yang saya rasa yang tak begitu common, not common but not rare adalah sultan itu sultan dengan nama cawi ya, cawi. Saya tak tunjuk cawi itu. Dan satu spesies yang interesting adalah Syriagon tadi saya kata itu merupakan Syriagon aramdicum. Dia merupakan satu rekod baharu ya untuk Selangor bukan sahaja untuk Batu Caves tapi untuk Selangor So Batu Caves adalah satu kawasan yang kecil lah fahamlah kawasan kecil biasanya tak akan menampung melainkan tumbuhan itu lain cerita untuk haiwan, untuk serangga, untuk burung sah pun ialah bilangan spesiesnya takkan banyaklah fahamlah So, tapi walaupun satu kawasan yang kecil tak banyak spesies, tapi juga ada spesies yang interesting di Batu Caves. So akhir sekali saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada MCKC lah yang sangat penting mengancurkan ekspedisi dan juga seminar dan juga dapat bantuan daripada MNS lah. Itu sahaja. Terima kasih. I think I can take questions. All right. So, tak ada masa question. Can ask me later. Okay. Thank you.
Alright. The Thursday, Dr. Ruth Omar, butterflies.
Okay, okay, so I show these butterflies along the way. May not be related to the text. So because I have so many photos, so might as well show it. So the scientific name, the English name, and the Malay name, which I reka sendiri because I couldn't find the Malay name anywhere. So reka sendiri lah. So why are they important? As pollinators, and they also recycle rotting things, even carrion. Also, they are insects, and we are losing insects at the rate of 2.5% per year. And at this rate, if you do the math, they'll be gone in 100 years. So amat penting lah kita cuba conserve butterflies and insects in general. And without insects on Earth, I can say, oh, scientists have said that other life will be gone, yeah, because that's so important, the role of butterflies and insects in general. Okay, to know a butterfly, a species, you need 4 viewpoints. This is the top side. This is a common 5 ring, upper side. This the underside. So tak semua butterfly lain atas dan bawah, tapi in general that's what you have to look for. And this is the common moment. The male and the female berlainan rupa. So you need four views lah to betul-betul confirm a species. Okay, jadi survey methodnya senang saja, dia berjalan perlahan-lahan, ambil gambar, and the gambar is verified by Dr. Curtin of Frame and Dr. Fon Chui Kim also of Frame. So if you see a butterfly with wing dia macam tu, either is old, kalau yang baru dia semua dia elok dia tak ada macam ni or either it has been attacked by predators lah. Okay, these are the survey areas. 17 trips altogether. The first 8 December 2018, and the last was 4th July 2020. 8 trips to Lembah Damai, 5 to Gua Damai, and other areas. The survey is rather incomplete because saya tak buat, sebelah petang tak buat, and there are species yang ada yang aktif just really early in the morning or really late in the evening. These are called crepuscular species. So mungkin saya boleh tambah lagi survey. So lebah damai yang paling banyak species. The next gua damai. Okay, 51 species altogether identified. 9 only identified to the genus level or to the species level, but with uncertainty. So this is again with the help of Dr. Lawrence Curtin and Dr. Fon Choi Kim. Why can't be identified to the exact species level? Because some like this butterfly, you need the upper view, the upper side view to confirm it. And some species you need to check the genitalia in order to be sure. So anyway, like Dr. Chung, as far as I know, this 51 species is a record lah untuk Batu Cave. As far as I know, tak ada yang orang lain yang buat. So more could be had, more butterflies could be had because I didn't go up the valleys and the summits. So some species of interest. This is the smaller wood nymphs. This is supposed to be available from lowland to the highlands, but this is a forest species. But in the last 8 years, I've been all over Peninsular Malaysia, all over the forest. so many forests I've been to, and yet I've never seen in any forest. So and yet this guy is pretty common in 8 trips, only in Lembah Damai, only in Lembah Damai. 8 trips I went there. 5 trips this was available. So you can say it's quite common. So I was surprised to see this guy in Batu Caves. I've never seen anywhere in the lowland area, but in Batu Caves is there. It's quite common in certain areas of Fraser's Hill or Gotong Jaya. And I don't know whether this is even stranger. This common albatross, according to Cobbett and Pendlebury, is only available at 12,000 feet, about 600 meters. And yet I saw about maybe up to four of them here. It is recorded occasionally in Raup, but in deep forest. But in Batu Cave, it's quite in the open. So there is something about Batu Cave. And the Ceylon blue glassy tiger, according to Cobbett and Pendlebury again, the Bible of our Peninsular Malaysia butterflies, this only occurs north of Kedah and Terengganu, for the north. So as we know, this is a tropical monsoon area, and yet this is very common in, and so further south than Kedah is very uncommon, and yet in Batu Cave this is very common. Maybe there's something about either Batu Cave climate or because of the limestone, it is common here. This is recorded by my friend Mike Chong, the red Helen. This is available in lowland, but it is uncommon. So again, quite interesting to find a species here. And this is rare. The yellow grass duck is rare, but one record here. And this butterfly, the Julia butterfly or the Julia heliconian, this originates from the Americas, but this is likely came down from Phuket, where they were released for good luck. And it was first recorded in the Klang Valley, Subang Jaya in 2015. And my first record was 2017 in Subang Jaya also. And after that, my next record is Batu Caves, and I was very surprised to find it here. So Dr. Curtin didn't think this is invasive because it feeds, the larva feeds only on passion flower plants. And because this passion flower is also non-native, also from the Americas, so he thinks it's not a problem. But Mike Chong and I, we went there, saw this guy, they sort of dominate the area. So they out-compete in terms of the nectar. So maybe the larvae is not competing against native because the passion flowers are non-native, but the adult is competing against other butterflies. And as we saw, Mike Chong and I saw, they were really dominant there, like satu gangsters itu. So, but as somebody said, it's already too dominant. Nobody, we can't do anything anymore about it. So, as I was saying, as I said, there's something special about Batu Cave, either because of the limestone area or because of the microclimate or whatever, that there are unique species that shouldn't be here, but they are here. So I think it's very important to conserve Batu Cave and definitely Lembah Damai. And by the way, this is the smallest species in Peninsular Malaysia. The tiny grass blue, previously called the pygmy grass blue. Okay, thank you. Sorry?
Kita tidak mempunyai cukup masa untuk Q&A, minta maaf.
Okay.
Terus ni kita persilakan presenter yang seterusnya, iaitu Dr. Fatihah, mohon untuk membentangkan tentang bertajuk Morphology of Selected Caves in Batu Cave Complex of the Levy Report. Silakan.
Terima kasih Dr. Atika. Okay, Assalamualaikum and selamat sejahtera. Okay, so I've been doing some work in Batu Cave. Sudah ada kerja dekat Batu Cave, tetapi tak pernah serius. Maksud saya ada buat sedikit permintaan LiDAR on the surface, on the cliffs, and also most of the work are on the paleontology. Okay. But mostly by my students, not myself. Okay, so I was invited by Dr. Ruth. So I couldn't say no, definitely. So I call this is the most serious work I've done on Batu Caves. So basically, what I've been doing is I try to look at the morphology of the caves in Batu Caves, and a few of my friends have been following around, Afik, Zarif, and Dr. Atika as well. Okay. All right. So you may have seen this before. This is the geological map of Kuala Lumpur. Where is the pointer? Okay. Okay. So this is the Batu Cave. So you know the rest is Canister Formation, Hawthorne Down, Cheese, which are basically mostly covered by the young sediment of alluvium, quaternary sediment of alluvium, and most of the Kuala Lumpur limestones are actually under subsurface. So what we have here is only a small part of the rock that is exposed on the surface. Okay, very small area. And then if you look at the terrain map here, you can see this is Batu Cave, and this is Anak Takun and Bukit Takun. So these are all the limestone hills that we have in Selangor. So you can see that we don't have a lot. So you can also imagine why you have still Seral here, and you can imagine how many microhabitats in these three sites. Okay. All right. So I don't think you need introduction, but for those who are not familiar with the word, so Karst is actually a Slovene word of Karst, okay, or Karso, referring to a district in between Slovenia and Trieste in Italy, where the vast landscape is made up of this stony, barren rock. So this is where the word comes from, and it's Germanized to Karst, and that has been used as the scientific name. So of course, you know, the basic process is you have calcium carbonate in the rock, and it gets dissolved by rainwater, and over time it gets dissolved away and form all kinds of landscape that we call karst. Okay, so if you don't trust me, I brought some weak acid outside, a few pieces of rock for you to try. Okay. Next. All right, so karst basically It's everywhere. So huge distribution of Karst in the world. But you can see over here, I love to show this to my students. You know, this is all called Karst, but they are different. So this is in Barren Island, this is West Virginia, this is in Jamaica, this is in Philippines. So if you look at coho, there is some already similarity to what we have in China, and finally, this is what we have. But again, look back, go back to the map, you see that we don't have that many. Even if you compare to China, in Guilin, in Guangxi, there are still many more hills, okay? All right, so what's in Karst? Of course, we have caves, morphology, paleontology, archaeology, flora and fauna, and also archives for paleoclimates and paleoenvironments, okay? And okay, of course, you have secondary deposits as scrotum. I'm not going to talk about this. And also you have allochthonous material that has been brought into the caves. So these are important source of paleontology. Okay, Sen will talk about it later. All right, so in terms of geology, lineament from above, so you can see that this lineament is actually translated into the cave. So you see that cave doesn't occur randomly, it follows certain trends. Okay. Okay, so just a few of the maps to show the trends of caves. All right, so are all caves the same? Basically, if you observe it enough, you know that caves are not the same. So some caves are too narrow that you have to crawl, but some caves it's too big, it's large, so you can even have skylights on the caves. Okay. All right, so I've done 11 caves, and these are the locations of the caves that I observed, together with the blue dots here showing their elevation, yeah, from the mean sea level. All right, so I broadly classify my caves into 3 categories. This is preliminary, so it's quite broad. Okay? So I call this type of cases low-level cave. It's always have this narrow passages, okay, narrow passages like this, elongated, following strictly the orientation, geological orientation. So both are in Ichibawa here. And another picture that I closely observe is the flat ceilings. Okay, that's actually indicative of a dissolution below water table. Okay, so this is what we call as phreatic passages. Okay, and also you can also observe this kind of notches, or what I call as slots. Okay, also indicating of a previous river or lake or pond. Okay, in caves. Okay, so first you have what I call as just now low level, flat ceiling, narrow passages, and then you have high level, which actually is characterized by collapse, roof collapse. So you see this kind of cave, rock collapse are everywhere. And this is one good example to show an angular part of the cave that shows that the block of this rock has collapsed. Okay. Okay, so the collapse can be so great, eventually the whole ceiling go down. So this is how you get the temple cave. Okay. And or you may also get part of the ceiling of the wall to go down. So you either have the roof or the wall to collapse. Okay. So this is in temple cave. This is in Gua. All right. So and I have another broad classification of mid-level. So something in between. So So you have enlarged passage. You may have above the collapse of the wall, but the passages still retain the trend. So you can still see the elongated passages. Okay. All right. So, but another one is something which is not classified because this is actually a shaft. Okay, just a shaft, and you just get down there. Quite challenging to go down there. Okay, and the passage is really small. You really have to crawl to look at all this nice decoration of skeleton. So this is probably happened along just dissolution along cracks in bedrocks environments. Okay. And, okay, so I've seen on this one cave of this type. So I wish to do more work to look at all the caves in Batu caves. All right, so I come up with this classification of the parameters or characteristics that I've observed, and by looking at this, try to classify the caves the best I could. Okay. All right, so sorry, I'm taking a few more seconds here. So this is the classification, and this is the mostly it follows the height as well, and then it's crystal cave just to show you how it's located on the hill. And then over here we already have some ages, 63 to 33,000 years, and I didn't put it here. Hini, I forgot to put Hini. Hini gave age of 16,000 years. Hini 2016. Yeah, all this in the low-level caves. So we have no idea of the age of the other classification. And just to give you some ideas, that I call this Bukit Takun because Bukit Takun is still attached to the granite. So if you look at the earlier map, you'll see what I mean by having Bukit Takun still attached to the granite. Okay, whereas our Batu caves are already like an island and surrounded by the alluvium. Okay. All right, so this is what I planned for Batu cave, preliminary, right? So this is a dwelling in China. So we have something similar to this because in China also, because of the tower crust, have different levels of caves. So they can come out with age. So this is Pleistocene to early Pleistocene. They have mid Pleistocene. They have late Pleistocene here and followed by Holocene here. So all this sequence of ages may actually give us ideas of the history of the whole limestone hill, and also mostly if you find fossils, so, it will be very interesting. Okay. All right, so I thank MCKC, Dr. Ruth, Dr. Atika, and everybody who's been involved in this project, and also Damai Park and MNS. Okay. All right, so that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. Soalan akan boleh ditentukan semasa waktu. Terima kasih. Alright, seterusnya pembentaran yang terakhir saya menjemput insertion untuk membentang renewed ornithological survey of quaternary vertebrate fossil sites in Malaysia.
I would like to do it a little bit differently. Can I? That is not my slide. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Very good afternoon. Conservation is always said that we live on borrowed time. So I would like to borrow a couple of minutes from your questions lunch hour so that I could finish all my presentations. Telling you the fascinating stories of Batu caves since 66,000 years ago. All right, In the next few minutes, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the major and interesting findings from our research team. The re-investigations of quaternary mammal fossil sites from Batu caves, and with a special focus on their scientific, educational, and conservation importance. I always like to start the presentations with a little bit of history because it will put things into their perspective and to give us the idea what is important for all of us today to come together and to look at the importance and diversity of scientific research in Batu caves. So the first literature that I could find about Batu caves is published in 1879 by Daly, accounting the visits by Shears and the American naturalist William Temple Hornadays, and this is published in the Journal of Street Branch of Royal Asiatic Society. And published in 1898 in British Association for the Advancement of Science. And then since 1955 to 1997, there appear a couple of booklets specifically on Batu caves. And then you have this very early on, 1955 by Holland. And then you have a same title but different contents and by Spatmore and Hogenhoa. And until today's, the latest and most up-to-date the information-packed popular books that we always refer to on Batu caves is this one, A Natural and Other Histories of Batu caves by Shaharin Yusuf. And in between, there's this special issues of MNJs published in 1965, focused on the Karst of Malaysia, including both West and East Malaysia. And Batu caves also appear in this special issue, but mostly on the ecological aspects of invertebrates from dark cave. And in the 1990s, things started to change a little bit with the very active, very professional caving activities from the MNS Selangor branch. And in fact, in one of their caving activities, they stumbled upon the first fossil cave in Batu caves. And this is something that MS should be very proud of. And I hope that Pasu and Prof. Ahmad could really encourage more MNS members to go into caving because they do have a very active contributions towards scientific research in this country. And then one of the most remarkable years is in 2006. That's when we found Cistern Cave and also the mammal fossils inside. And if you could see clearly, I'm not sure whether you could see these pictures. The gentleman in front is Kevin, my caving buddy, and the guys with the blue shirts is the Earl of Cranbrook. So Earl of Cranbrook is one of the early experts that we bring into this cave to look into the fossils. So, all right, and now comes into the 2019, the latest endeavors of scientific research on Batu caves. And I'm extremely delighted to know that mammal paleontology has a major components in these expeditions. And in these expeditions, I, together with the team members, proposed that we look into all the existing mammal fossil sites to do some resurveys to look into the conservation status of the areas. And also we want to explore whether this site might be suitable to introduce to the general public so that they have an active involvement in the scientific investigation process through the approach of citizen science, because it's extremely important to tell the general public that it is important that these sites are preserved for posterity. And therefore, there is only a limited amount of fossil collecting during this exercise. We only pick up some of the loose fossils dislodged from the sediments, and also some of the fossils that we think are extremely important. Now, according to latest studies of Batu caves, we have about 20 to 21 of cave sites in whole Batu cave message, and only 5 with animal remains. That doesn't mean that the rest of the 15 or 16 sites doesn't have any animal remains. It's because we haven't expanded our survey efforts due to limited manpower and also no continuous funding. But we managed to find some animal fossils in 5 caves: Gua Kata, also known as Ishibawas in the north, and a Swamp Cave, Cistern Cave, Dark Cave, and Villa Cave. And we managed to date some of the fossil sites that contains important mammal fossils, which include Swamp Caves, Dark Cave. We're using 2 methods: the optically stimulated luminescence and thermoluminescence, and the results show that the mammal fossils in Cistern Cave is slightly older than Swamp Cave, and Swamp Cave is slightly older than Villa Cave. However, there is a huge overlap in their age. So we sort of bracket all these fossil-bearing sediments into the late Pleistocene periods, roughly between 66,000 to 33,000 years ago. And not all caves produce lots of fossils. Some produce only a little bit, like over here in Dark Caves, such huge caves, we only found 4 taxas. And in Gata Cave 7, Swamp Cave 12, Villa Cave 17, and Cistern Caves. So far, the most productive cave in the 5 fossil caves in Batu Caves. Right? And in these expeditions, we focus our activities in only 2 of them, the Gata Caves in the north and Cistern Cave in the south. This is the entrance of Cistern Caves. It's not a large cave in itself, and the cave entrance is quite inconspicuous. And given the fact that this is the site that has provided us a very unique window into the prehistoric animals of Batu Caves, it is quite shocking to know that it was used as a rubbish dump site until very lately. You can see all the rubbish inside of here. But this is so far the most productive fossil sites in Batu Caves and deserved to be preserved forever. And this is the most updated fauna list from Cistern Cave. I consider this quite impressive and remarkable, but I didn't realize its scientific importance until this morning when I skimmed through 2 of the poster outsides with mammal components, and when I listened carefully to the presentations by Dr. Juliana. And you can see that, okay, over here, there is a total of 32 taxas, but I'm not going to go through one by one, but I'd like to bring your attention to some of the important new additions to the mammal list that we got from as a result of the expeditions of 2019. Over here, we have found fossils of the leaf monkeys, langurs. We added another species of macaques onto the fauna list. And then we possibly have evidence of the bamboo rats and also large wild cattle. And you can see that there's a species that I put in the yellow box. This is a globally extinct Leopodamis rats, and previously only recorded in early cave deposits in Thailand. So the finding of fossils of these species in Cistern Caves really pointed out the extent in terms of geographies and in terms of geological times of these species into the southern part of the Peninsular Malaysia. And same with the case with the dragonflies and also the dentalophiles, because there was no work done on the fossils in Batu Caves before. So whatever we found in Batu Caves would be the first record for Batu Caves. And okay, this is the second cave, the Guacatas. Taxonomically, it is very few, it's just about 6 or 7. But this cave holds one deserves to be mentioned in history of scientific research about caves, because this cave was the first cave that was discovered with fossils in Batu Caves, and it was discovered by the Caving Special Interest Group of Malaysian Nature Society Selangor branch. And in fact, what is most important about this site is that it is the first site with ornithine fossils found in Peninsular Malaysia. Unfortunately, unaccounted and unnoticed in the 1990s until we and Dr. Rose, the whole team came into the scenes. All right, we choose these two sites for our pilot test of citizen science because these places are easily accessible, and that no persons or no institution claim that they own these caves, so we could go there fairly easily. And there are still some remainings of fossil deposits over here. Like as I say, in this exercise, we tried a little bit of the citizen science. We involve the general publics, not just non-paleontology societies, but also some people from the working class and also some children as well. And the results are fairly positive and also very productive. As you can see, we have 3 visits to System Cave, 2 visits to Gata Caves, and then because of these help and also the teamwork from all these people, we managed to add up a little bit of the new fossils onto the existing collections. And these are some of the remarkable fossils from System Caves. You have rhinoceros, you got these wild cattle, and then this sorrel, is leaf monkeys, and this is the picture macaque. And surprisingly, we have more evidence of orangutans from Peninsular Malaysia, from Batu Caves. We got for Gata Caves, we have only a couple of specimens. Then you have the mostly wild boar, and then a couple of long bones on unidentified mammal species. All right, like I said, there are a total of 20 or 21 cave sites in Batu Caves, and then the potentials for making scientific discoveries, breakthroughs in terms of quaternary paleontology is huge in Batu Caves. And then some of the sites are suitable for involving the general public into the scientific investigations through citizen science approach. And therefore, these 2 importance really add up to the whole conservation's importance and values of Batu Caves. And furthermore, when we look at the prehistoric fauna list from these sites, we notice one very important aspect, that is, we have a higher diversity of mammal in the past as compared to the modern days. And when you look at the 2 posters outside, one of the common messages is that the diversity of mammal is very low in Batu Caves because of the developments in the areas. But by looking at the prehistoric records, by looking at the fossil record, we can provide a baseline data for us to trace the decline of biodiversity in mammals, for us to trace extinctions through times, either due to natural or anthropogenic factors. So this ends my presentation. Thank you very much. Ada masa? Soalan tak ada? Terus makan lah, terus makan.
Sekian saja pembintangan kita untuk Symposium Saintifik Batu Cave. Saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua pembintan dan juga para hadirin sekalian. Dijemput untuk melihat poster di luar. Soalan boleh tunjukkan terus kepada pembintan dan juga poster di luar. Makanan tengah hari disediakan di bawah. Tandas di level ini, walaupun di level ini, makanan boleh ambil di bawah. Terima kasih. Sambung. Sambung pukul 2 suku boleh berada balik di Dewan. Terima kasih. Okay.